YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We have this little dinky box to do today. It's kind of huge. It's like 20 some odd pounds right now, the package is. And we're gonna see what it is right now. Welcome to Brian Phillips RC. We unbox them, we build them, we set them up, and this is probably one of the biggest planes we've ever done. And it's also a plug and play. So if you guys are wanting to have a little bit more experience with us on doing plug and fly ARFs, then this is the video for you, because we have done a few, but we don't do them as often because we do a lot more bind and flies than we do. And we do some ready to flies here. But this one, okay, camera crew's gonna see if she can help me. I just gotta get it started. Hold on. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
This is ridiculously vacuuming. Oh my goodness. Okay. You guys can see what it is. Let go. It's the Valiant.
Nice.
This is gonna be so dang cool. I can't wait to get this one out. It is huge, by the way. It's an 86.5 inch, which is 2.19 meters. So show them the Carbon ZT28 there. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be bigger than that. I believe that's 2.1 meters, maybe. Might be actually 2.
How big is the J3 Cub?
The J3 Cub is huge too, but I don't think it's even this big.
I don't think it is either.
Now, believe it or not, this was intentionally scaled down from an even larger model because people had a hard time flying because some of the fields wouldn't allow a certain size.
Well, and transportation gets really hard.
Transportation's really difficult, but I'm gonna tell you this, I am super excited for this. This is from Hangar 9. And so no, it's not an E-Flight product. This is a Hangar 9 product. And so Hangar 9, of course, is gonna be a little bit more work to build, but we're gonna show you the whole process. Oh, and by the way, we're gonna run ours electric. We're gonna do 5,000 6S 50C smart packs, and we're gonna use an 8360T, and that's gonna give us the ability, these have up and down ailerons, flaps, and so we could do full functioning ailerons, so the full length, and then we're also gonna set up inboard flaps and possibly crow. We're not sure all we're gonna do, but we're gonna do it. And it's gonna be start to finish here on Brian Phillips RC. We're using the NX8 Plus. The NX8, as you know, has 20 channels now. If it's been upgraded, if it's NX8 Plus will have the 20 channels, but if you have an old NX8, then you should have access to 20 channels as well. So that means no matter how many pluggable channels you have, there's still 20 channels of available controls, which is really nice. So if you wanna turn modes on and off and things like that, you can use those channels for those things. But then if you have pluggable items, now there is also a port expansion, or what do they call it, port mapping, where you can use the bind plug to actually become another channel. So even on this 8360T, you could get 9 pluggable channels. But that takes quite a bit of effort, and I'm not sure this is the right plane for that. A better fit might be adding a steerable nose gear to something that's already got AV and ESCs, like in the airliner over there, or something like that. But we'll get to that eventually, guys. At this point, we're just trying to work on getting this thing built. By the way, you'll probably see this while we're at Jonal 2026. We're filming it right before we leave. And so we're super excited to be bringing you this model. And we're actually, well, we wanted to get it done about a week and a half ago when it was released, but there were some logistical concerns that came up, so we weren't able to do that. So we'll do it right now, start to finish. And here on Brian Phillips RC, obviously this is not a beginner plane, but it is going to be definitely something that we can bring some value to our audience. Of course, those of you that are coming back to the hobby, you're in the right place. We're gonna help get you up to speed as fast as possible with as least pain as possible by telling the full truth, nothing but the truth. Help us God. If this plane sucks, we'll tell you it sucks. I doubt it's gonna suck. I have flown some Valiants in my time. In fact, I flew with one of the lead test pilots from Horizon Hobby, and he had a 12-foot Valiant that run on 12S. And he was crazy enough to let me fly it, and it went really good. Thanks, Gary. That was fun.
Also, Brad had one of the older ones, and you've flown his somewhere at some point, he mentioned.
Pay it forward, Brad? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. All right, so here it is, guys. One of our favorite parts of Joe Nall, the experience, is that we go down to a totally different state and we see people from all over the country that show up. A lot of them are from that, 3-state region, from the Carolinas and Georgia and Alabama and all that. So, we're in central Iowa, so we're a long ways away from there, but we see people from all over the world there, which is really cool. Okay, so, oh, that is so gorgeous.
Wow.
It is like perfect. The film is perfect. I love it. And it feels so light. Feel how light it is. For how big it is, it's like nothing. I love it.
The silver's really
and we have the steerable tail wheel in there. Looks like it's soft. So of course there's a flat spot from the way it was packed, no big deal. And then the control horn is protected. So we'll just kind of lay things out as we go. Obviously, if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC, we do an unbox build radio setup on most every item that we do. Some of them are more involved than others. Obviously in this case, when you get into these more like ARF plus sort of plug and play models, I'm calling this kind of an ARF plus because some of them require a little bit more work. This one is still going to be a relatively low amount of work compared to some we've done in the past. And a lot of times it comes down to dollars and cents, okay? That wing is so light. Feel this. That wing is huge and it's like nothing. I love it. Even with the packaging on it, it's got to weigh like nothing. So I am so excited for this. And then do you see the glass? That is so dang cool. That's plastic, of course, simulated glass. But for the wing tips. So we're going to show you the whole process here so you guys can follow along. If you don't know how to build these planes, we'll help you as much as we can. Obviously, I don't do a lot of building start to finish from stick, but I have actually built planes. And I know some of you guys are thinking this isn't a build, it's an assembly. Sure, whatever. But it takes a lot of letters to write the word assembly, and it doesn't fit on a thumbnail, and it doesn't roll off the tongue. So this is going to be our unbox build radio setup as usual. And if you ever want to see something we've done in the past, just check out brianphillipsrc.com or bprc.me, same place, short link. Perfect lines.
Wow.
That's going to be a Dave Wright LED. I'm excited to see it. Yeah. And then gorgeous silver, leading edge blue. This is laid down on top of I think this is Ultra Coat. I can't tell for sure, but that will be elaborated on. So you can see how they use the finger hinges all the way along. So it looks like 4 of them on the flap and then 1, 2, 3, 4 on the aileron. Big, thick, huge. Love the wing. And if you guys didn't know this, if you're in the market for a Valiant, but you can't afford this one because it's just too much money, is it a 1.3 or is it a 1.1?
I think it's a
Either way, there's a bind and fly Valiant from E-Flight, and it is an excellent product. And we have done videos on them in the past. So if you guys are trying to find that, all you have to do is just go to brianphillipsrc.com and you can sort by type. This, of course, should be like general aviation. And you can find exactly what you're looking for. A lot cheaper plane, very easy to get out of the box and fly. You just have to bind it up to your transmitter and set up the radio system to do what you want to do with it. And so we show how to do that in our unbox on that plane. Okay, so absolutely gorgeous. Just to give you an idea of the wings. Okay, so I'm 6 foot tall and that goes up to my waist. Now this is gonna go to the outside of the fuse. They're not gonna butt up to each other, I don't think, on this model. But then just so you can see real quick, we have JST connector for what would be power for the LEDs. And then it looks like we have 2 servo cables, which is great. That'll make it really easy for us to set up the radio system so we don't have to worry a lot. Oh, and by the way, did you show them the balsa wood? Obviously, this is balsa wood plane. If you hadn't already connected the dots, we've got the receiver for the wing joiner. We've got this little nub that's glued in or epoxied in. And you can see the huge servos in there, which is pretty sweet. We will talk about what the servos are when we get to that point, but it's going to be listed in the manual. Obviously serviceable 1, 2, 3, 4 screws, 1, 2, 3, 4 screws to get to the servos. One thing that you're going to differentiate between a foamy and a balsa wood plane is that they last longer. Okay, even the nicest foamies have a certain amount of shelf life to them, in that they get more hanger rash from bumping into stuff or running into the doorways when you're getting in and out of your building. There's the manual. But these balsa wood airplanes, even if they sit for years, and I'm talking like 10, 15 years, and you don't touch them, and the monocoat or the ultra coat or whatever coating they put on this if it slacks, you can take an iron to them and tighten them back up, or a heat gun and tighten them back up. There's some decals. And that's one of the bigger advantages on balsa wood aircraft is I think they can also be fixed completely to made whole. If you crash this plane, you can fix every component on it. I'm not saying I would, and there's many of us that would not if they were a complete loss, but you could crash and hit a wing into a tree and you could completely rebuild that wing, okay? And there's guys that can do a really good job. I'm not one of them, just full disclosure. But boy, that looks so good. Well packed so far. Haven't had a bit of issues with packaging. It just feels, there's just like not a lot of mass to these parts because they're all hollow. And if you can't, can you see through with the light of the door?
Just a little bit. Yes, there I can see.
You guys
better.
see? Mm-hmm. Isn't that sweet? I love seeing the structure through there. And I love the colors, high contrast. The only thing I would have liked better is yellow. I really like yellow planes. It's just kind of weird. I wouldn't fancy myself as a big fan of yellow otherwise, but I love the J3 Cub. I love the way it looks. I love the T28 in the yellow. I really like the red and white T28 color livery as well. Okay, so we're gonna get down to the second layer here. So it's heavy under here. So obviously the fuse has got all the meat and potatoes. The wings are very light. And look, that's a huge table, guys. And look, it's covered up with just packaging and what was in there. Okay, so a divider, piece of foam. You can see a lot of these little nicks here, which makes me a little bit nervous, but you can see only one of them kind of poked through a little bit. So we'll find out if there's any damage that carried through. And that's one of the things that we try to show on this channel if we can. It doesn't always work out as good. But packaging matters, and this is a different packaging than what we have on a lot of foam planes. We have foam core that goes around everything, and I think I'm gonna leave the fuse for last.
Okay.
Okay, so the wheel pants are already installed.
Gracious. These are huge landing gear.
Yeah, these are huge. It's like my shoulder width.
I know.
This is so good. I love it. It's gonna be hard to get out the door
I was
though.
gonna say, where is this gonna live?
It's gonna
Holy
live
cow.
somewhere in an amazing spot. I can tell you that. Okay. And guys, one of the things that's really nice about buying a Hangar 9 or an E-Flight product is that you can almost always get parts for stuff like this. So some of the competitive Chinese brands they're good at coming out with, I mean, they do make some good planes, but then a lot of times it's harder to get parts. And I'm not saying that should detract you from getting a plane. You just need to understand that there's always a trade-off. And one of the reasons that it's nice to work with these guys is, you know, people complain about how much the parts cost, but the truth is they exist in a lot of times. And even after planes get discontinued, you can get parts for them, which is really nice. Not always, but sometimes, most of the time. Love the tires. Ooh, they're soft too. Look at that.
Wow.
These are not pneumatic tires. They look like they are, but they're not. Big heavy duty nylock. Held on to this spring steel. It feels like it might be aluminum. I'm not 100% sure if that's steel or aluminum. It feels pretty heavy if it's aluminum. But wheel pants, look how good that paint looks. It's so perfect. I can't wait to see this. This, of course, will do grass ops. It'll do pavement. It'll do it either way. But I think, honestly, on this plane, it may actually prefer the grass just because it's got such big wheels. And then when you have wheel pants, it really does help with grass unless they get clogged because it just keeps them looking nice. Easier to wipe down the outside of a wheel pant. Okay, so we have something here, and I think this is the wing joiners and that sort of thing. So I'm gonna lay this down. I might actually move this crap out of the way. Here on Brian Phillips RC, also one other thing we like to do is we like to teach you step-by-step process. Of course, when we do an unbox, we're trying to showcase a particular product that might be, you know, marketed to somebody that's interested in this product, obviously. And so we want to show the product as it is, but we also want to show you how to use it because a lot of times, especially if you're just returning to the hobby, you might be thinking, well, I've got my crystals and I've got my radio system from 1992. Well, there's a good chance you're going to be using that. Okay, let's look at this. 2 wooden props. One is a 17 by 12, one is a 16 by 8. Okay, so I don't know which one's gonna be which, but one of them is going to be for electric and one of them is gonna be for gas, okay? So they do give you both of those props and they are hardwood, that's beautiful. It says EA and EA. Well, it might be a 4S, 6S configuration, I wonder.
I don't know. Well, you'll have to look.
But either way, I know the only problem I have with wood props is they're beautiful, so I do love them. But the problem I have with wood props is that I tend to hit them on the ground. And when I do, it destroys them. Unlike an APC prop, like a plastic prop, we will sometimes get lucky and we will be able to just kind of shave off a little bit on the opposite side. But with the natural woods, they will usually break and go into the grain. Like my J3 Cub, I had a stupid landing and I just kissed the pavement with it. A little bit of a light nose over, and so I gotta get a different prop on there. So actually, maybe the prop that's on this, the smaller one, might be a good fit. So we'll see, I doubt it. This is quite a bit bigger plane. That being said, bigger prop, you can swing it slower and get some of the same performance. It just depends on what you're trying to do with it. Okay, so one nut sack and bolt sack, and then there's some float hardware. Now this float system on this plane, it's the same floats that would work for the Carbon Z Cub, I believe, and it's a silver float set. So it's the same one that's used for a bunch of different planes. So if you're looking for it, obviously follow the link in the video description below. You can see how much this costs, and then not to trick anybody, when you buy from like if you follow the link and then you ultimately buy one, we'll earn commissions on the sale of that item. Okay, so look, a couple of screws fell out. And that's how we fund this channel, of course, is largely from, you know, a little bit from ad revenue and then mostly from sales of equipment. Oh, geez, we got a little rub mark on there. Wait, is that glue?
Where's that glue?
I don't know. Well, this looks like a rub mark. So yeah, so there's that. And then a couple of screws will hold that shut. Big opening, so you can do different sizes. So we'll put that down. It looks like it's a pretty close match on the color, but not overly impressed with the fitment on it. That being said, it's probably not gonna be a big deal. I usually don't have a huge issue with spinners. I would have liked to see an aluminum or like a stainless steel or
That'd be pretty.
metal. It would have looked really good on this plane, but that's fine. To all their own. Well, just because we have this silver stripes. Okay, so the moment of truth. We got the fuse coming out next. So here it is, guys. Brian Phillips RC, hopefully bringing you first or second or third or 50th. But whatever the case is, we're the ones that are gonna help you get out of the chair and into the air. So hopefully we will be part of your RC experience. Okay, so let's lay this down and show the people. There is nothing else in the box. Just to show you that's empty now. So we can kind of set this over here. And we just worked through this entire process, guys, start to finish. We are quite literally setting this up so we can use it. We're not setting it up for show. We're setting it up so I can fly it. I can't wait. And so when you guys see me do things, I'm not just doing it to take it apart and put it away. I'm actually doing it to use it. So, and by the way, if I make mistakes, you'll see it because you'll see me crash. Okay, so we have metal clevises. Okay, that's good. Fuel tube and a nut, retention nut. I'm gonna slide this retention nut up here. That little jam nut, I don't wanna lose it. It's kind of not threading on very good. I hope it's not cross-threaded badly. Look at that. I'm having to hold it kind of funny to get it. I got it started that time. Be careful with yours. Don't cross-thread that nut because it's hard to get them on there. Actually, it's not. You just take the clevis off. Hon, why don't you pick up the back end there?
Yep.
And I'm just gonna very gently pull this off. Sounds terrible. Oh, it's so gorgeous. This is so beautiful. Okay, so got a bag for something. I'll keep that forever, hon. We'll just put that down in the storage bin
Perfect.
of forever pieces.
Forever pieces.
Oh my goodness, that's so gorgeous. Guys, look how big this thing is. That is awesome. I can't wait
It's
to see
not even
this
going to be able
thing
to live
fly.
on the counter.
No, it'll be fine. It's gonna live wherever I put it. Look at the cowl.
It's really
good
pretty.
shape.
Holy cow.
It's absolutely gorgeous, guys. Bad blue match though.
Yeah,
That blue
that's a
does not
little-
match very well. There's a difference in color here. Disappointed by that. But I mean, I'm gonna get over it really quick because honestly, from a distance, it looks pretty close. Does this match though? I was concerned because this is plastic and that's a really high quality finish. Does this match? It's actually a better match for the Ultra Coat. So this paint needs to be adjusted a little bit. I don't know, either way, it's still pretty dang good. And then look, now you can see the servos. So they're A6380s. Looks like they all are. And then there is total serviceability. You can see we're on the very end of those outputs. And there's gonna be a split elevator linkage, it looks like. Now, in order to get in here, I'm assuming we'll have to pop this off here in a second. So yeah, there's a release back here. How in the heck are you supposed to get to that? It's on the inside. Like there's a release inside. Oh, do you take this off first? Yeah. Okay, magnets. So then once you go in, it's kind of like the J3 Cub. You can reach your arm in there and then pop this up and that comes off. And this is a really nice mechanism. Really heavy duty, but also not super heavy. It's a little bit sticky though. Might have to lube that. But then show them from up here. Look how nice this is. All the cabling is chased along the sides.
Yeah.
And look, each wing is gonna plug in. It's all clean. I love it. It's so nice. Oh, this is gonna be easier than some of our regular plug-in flies. I am super excited for this. Big heavy duty straps, but they're actually well done. Big piece of Velcro. We are gonna put shelf liner in on top of the Velcro, just so you guys know. Oh, look, here's a piece. Oh. I wonder why that's in there. It's kind of interesting. But it's nice if you needed a match, you could take this little piece with you.
There's like a pass-through with that blue. What is that back there?
Oh, that is, it's for a tow cable, I bet. Because this must be a pass-through. No, that's for the vertical stabilizer. Gosh, I am not 100% sure what that's for.
I wonder if that's for the gas version to run stuff.
Yeah, maybe. Do they have a fuel port on the side somewhere? So if you guys were doing a gas engine on this, your cowl would I don't even think your cowl would be installed. But look guys, this is the electric motor here. It's a giant motor. And then these things are awesome actually. These like squishy foamy things. These things are awesome. I have my J3 Cub resting on it. So after the spinner's installed, these things are great. They don't let anything slip. And then I put those on the ground and it will help resist on this smooth surface. And I put the cone right into that and it holds it right where it sits. I really like them, so I will keep that forever also.
Great.
You're welcome. So yeah, you can see this motor mount. This is very stiff and strong. Fiberglass obviously here, so that's good. Pretty standard construction, but well done, you can tell. Hangar 9 makes a really nice plane.
That motor is huge.
It's giant. I was surprised when I heard this ran on 5,000 6S. I thought for sure we were gonna need to get an 8S going on, or maybe a couple of 4S's quad in, together in parallel.
That was part of the reason for this smaller size is the bigger one was a 12S.
Oh,
so then
really?
You have 2 6S batteries.
Yeah, so then there's obviously a spot down here to receive all the plugs, because look at this. When we put that receiver in here, it's all designed to just go straight in. There's actually another spot for a servo. That servo would likely be for your throttle, I guess. Could also be, maybe it is a tow release, I'm not sure. But yeah, if you were to put that there, you could have the linkage would come up potentially and then run the servo. Well, there's also another pocket right there. There's 2 screw holes. Do you see one on your side? And they've got the IC5 plug on the side there. So when we grab this battery, okay, this battery is gonna go in here and it's gonna plug in. That is gonna be so easy. That's one of my complaints on the J3 Cub, is that even though it's not especially difficult to load the battery, if you have the chairs in there, they get in the way. And I think I took mine out. I can't remember. It's been so long since we did it, but I fly that plane all the time. It's a great plane. Okay, so as you can see, the piece count is actually relatively low, okay? There's gonna be a little bit of bolts together, but I don't think we have to glue anything together.
I don't think so.
Which is incredible because this model has a lot of glue on it. But back in the day, back when you used to do kits and you would build this stuff all and then you would have to cover it all. I never got covering to look this good. I never got film to look good like this. And that's years ago. I was just building static models. Well, I mean, they were gliders. You could throw them, and we did. But I never motorized one until my grandpa started doing it. And that was about the time that I was into the hobby. So I do have some experience building these things. I just haven't done a lot of it. So, all right. So the first step on a build like this, we actually refer to the manual. Why do we do that? Because normally we don't do a lot of manual referrals. That's because it's a big enough model. I want to make sure we get it right. Okay. So one of the reasons, so it's a Han Valiant 20cc. Of course, this one's the electronic version. Table of contents. One thing about the Hangar 9 manuals is they are still using small and black and white pictures. but they show more steps than we have to always do, okay? If you look over there on the table, you can see that the wing is already prepared. Now, if you're getting this as an ARF, okay, then you'll have more steps involved, okay? And so they have a lot of the tools required here. If you don't have them, you can get them from these. They will give you a description here, and they're suggesting, this is the ARF version. You're gonna need 15-minute, 30-minute epoxy, this sort of thing, but we'll just work through, okay? You can see right here, they kind of show you how to build all the accessible parts, and then you have to kind of parse out the steps of this manual if you're planning on building this as a plug-in fly. Okay, so you can see where it says ARF and EPP plug and play start. So they're suggesting putting on the landing gear first, okay? Because over here, we've already, you know, these steps are already done for us, okay? So if you're looking through a Hangar 9 manual, I don't want to dissuade you because look, you're into French here and then German, and there's the end of the English. So just remember the English part of this manual stops at like page 23, okay? So this chunk of the manual is the manual you're looking at. So there's quite a few steps though, so just be aware. There's a little bit of work involved. And then as you can see, they put the Avian ESC up on top of the motor mount, which is really nice. You can go through and see how it's built, even though many of the things that we're not gonna have to do any of the gas engine installations. Yeah, there's the linkage that goes through. Yeah, looks like that third spot is where you would put that. So you're gonna get different equipment with those setups as well, just so you know, okay? So someday we will do a gasser on this channel. I just don't know when that's gonna be. So I guess really at this point, our next move is to get the landing gear installed is what they're suggesting. So we have to go ahead and pull out the staple and get this ready to go. I actually brought over these needle nose pliers because I knew we needed some extra assistance on our Unbox. Camera crew is showing you something, or what are you doing?
No, I was just trying to get back to the beginning. I was just looking here through to find the beginning of the EP.
So you can figure out what hardware
PNP
we need?
directions, yeah.
Hey, do you think I should just leave this top off?
Probably while we're working.
I'm thinking I want to put this on so that we can put it on a plane stand.
Okay.
I hope our plane stand is sufficient for this because the God's honest truth is it might be a little small for this plane. But honestly, we've always been able to make it work.
There are two mounting positions for the main landing gear. The forward position suits a wide range of surfaces and flying skill levels. The rear position is suitable for smooth surfaces and will provide improved ground handling.
The forward position or the backward position?
The backward position.
Really?
That's what it says.
Okay, so guys, let's show you what we're talking about here. Look right here, please. You can see there's 1, 2, and then 3, 4. So the forward position would be more for grass, and then the back would be more for...
Sounds like the forward is like a more generically suitable, and then the back would be better ground handling.
I just don't understand why the ground handling would be that much better.
Right there.
It seems to me like it'd be better to have it forward.
I think we should put it where the
I think we should put it where the holes are, because
Yeah.
you could always move it to the other spot.
So then you should need 4 M4 by 12 socket head cap screws.
We're going to dump out the nut and bolt sack here. Okay, so we've got a couple of washers here. That's float hardware, so we won't be using that likely, and I'm not sure what those are going to be for. But let's just show you what the float hardware consists of. Okay, so we'll lay that to the side. Obviously, at some point we'll likely pair this up with some floats. But for now, we have our pond, of course. All right, so let's pop this open. Okay, so these are gonna be for the wings. Okay, so M what by what?
M4 by 12 socket head cap screws and 4 washers.
That's a cap screw because it's got that little lip on it, okay? And then can you just read that again, please?
And then 4 M4 washers.
Okay, so we've got these long ones and we've got these fatter ones, and then these are clearly not it. And then we've got 2 of the smaller ones and then 2 of the smaller and shorter ones. So I'm leaning toward these. So the M4 washers, okay, so we see a couple of different nylocks here. These are smaller, smaller, smaller. This is what we do. We just sort through them, put like parts together because there's not going to be an elaborate explanation. So there's 6 right here, then there's 4 right here. So these are clearly what we need. And that's going to help us set the stage for what we're putting on. It's not impossible that these would be correct, but I kind of leaning toward this is what we're looking at. You said M4?
Yes, and it does recommend a drip of Loctite on each screw before installation.
Okay, now one thing about Loctite, guys, we talk about not using Loctite a lot on this channel. That's because we are dealing with foam planes and plastic on. Loctite is not good because, well, I should say that. I said that backward. Loctite on plastic will almost always deteriorate the performance of the polymers of the plastic and they will fail. It makes them brittle, okay? So if you have a nylock, you should be a little bit resistant to using Loctite, but that's not really what I'm worried about. I'm worried about plastic, like a spinner, okay? So let's put these washers together. Come over here and show the people what I'm doing. I'm just sliding this in here, okay? Super easy. And then I'm gonna grab my kit. Over here, we have this little handy kit that's gonna have a bunch of different screwdrivers and stuff in it. And this is gonna help us to drive these in. Now, I am just gonna dry fit one of these before we try to put any of the Loctite on there. Yep, that's definitely it. Okay, so it's the bigger ones, guys. Not the longest, but the fattest, okay? And then the Loctite I'm gonna use is just a blue Loctite that I've got that we use. And should be nothing special. Just use your favorite Loctite. And I'm not worried at all about the Loctite causing any sort of interference on this because we're going balsa wood or basswood or plywood. And that's inside that has a nutsert mounted to it. So this is 242 formula if you care. And if mine rip out, you'll understand why. And it was definitely the Loctite's fault and not my Crash's fault.
It's a 3mm.
3, really?
Yeah.
Holy crap. Let's hope I have a 3mm. Yes, I do, 3mm. Okay, so a little ditty. If you want to use Loctite and you're really close proximity to plastic parts, there's 2 tips I can give you that are very good tips. 1, don't use Loctite. 2, use a drip of CA. And then put her in, and it will basically be a similar type of function. You could also use a wood glue. It'd be a similar type of function. You can also use paint. But the best way to do it, if you insist on using Loctite, would be to put it on there and let it dry. Oh, geez, I didn't get it mixed up very good. It's just solvent. If you ever get it comes out all clear like that, that might be good enough, but feels like I'm just getting solvent out there. And these little, yeah, we get a little bit on there now. So, one of the biggest things is if you let it dry, okay, then it's going to, the solvent is what damages your product. It's like this is out. It might be spent. This stuff likes to kind of get stuck in the tube. Okay, so we'll just go to a new one then. Oh, we have another one in here that's opened. This is a lot of Loctite. So if you guys are ever need a small tube of Loctite, they get these industrial kits. It feels like I'm dealing with CA. Okay, so evidently both of my open tubes are out, okay? So we just break these tubes and that gives us our Loctite. Okay. I have Loctite in a bunch of different containers. So what you would do if you were trying to put this onto a plastic on plastic application, just let that totally dry. And it will still give you some retention, but it's better if you can run it liquid in there, in my opinion, because it'll spread across the threads a little better as you go in. See how you can see the color? That means we're actually getting something on there, some meat and potatoes. Putting it onto a piece of paper towel is not the smartest idea though, it's gonna soak it up. Okay, so without further ado, we're just gonna lay this on here and screw it in. Camera crew, move your body. Thank you. See this? Right there. So we're going in, finger tight. Sorry about my woes with the Loctite, folks. Okay, so we'll just get these in here. And to be honest with you, there is not a lot of assembly on this plane. I'm surprised. I think we might have to glue in the tail a little bit. Let's get that going. I'm just gonna do a scotch more Loctite on this. Now, the other thing too to keep in mind, guys, if you're planning on maybe moving these back, you might want to consider putting it here or there without Loctite until you've decided which position you want to put them in. Okay, very tight fit. Very, very solid fitment. That's the way I like it. Some of these airplanes we do, you would think that they would be more solid, and they just don't, they aren't always. And yet they still fly, and they're still amazing, and they're high performance, and we have a blast. But at the end of the day, we're here on Brian Phillips RC to tell full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God, and that is so that we have the best possible experience, and also we can drive the manufacturers to make good decisions and hold them accountable to a certain extent. Of course, we want to work with them, help them find success, and that includes selling these things. So if you guys like this plane, you want to buy one, buy it from the links in the video description below. You'll support Brian Phillips RC. Okay. Flip the plane over. All right, so back, yeah, if you put it in the back wheels, that thing would want to tip over like crazy, it seems like. Huh. Okay, so the next step would be, what do we need to do?
I moved the decals to the next because the rest of it is all ARF installation for control horns and all sorts of stuff that we don't need to do.
Okay, so what you're saying is we need to mount the tail.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the horizontal stabilizer is the next one for us. Of course, we have to untape these little protective covers that go over the horns that are pre-installed in our application. Now, if you're getting the ARF, you'll have to install the horns yourself, and that's gonna be part of the joy of the hobby for you.
For them, not for you.
Yeah, exactly. Installing control horns is the bane of our existence on Brian Phillips RC.
Yes.
But just imagine if we had to build the entire frame and everything. To be honest with you, it's a skill. It's a totally different skill. It's an art. And these are not tied together, you see? So I guess if a guy really wanted to go crazy, you could, I never thought about that until just now. Could you do a second servo? Like switch the servos around? That would be so cool. You could take and put a second servo in there. You can make like a V-tail or a, no, we're not gonna do that. I'm just kidding. We wouldn't have done it anyway. Okay, so this is gonna go on here like this. It's just gonna lay across the opening, okay? So there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 screws down here. It looks like there's 6 holes. Oh, we have to actually mount the tail onto here first.
Fit the fin into the slot in the stabilizer. Yes.
So we have to actually do this first, guys. You see this? The 2 holes that flank that slot are gonna take these bolts through, okay? It's gonna drop like that and like that, okay?
Oh, okay.
So I wanna be super careful not to damage my film. So I'm gonna just, oh yeah, super easy fitment. Like really, really easy. Oh yeah, it's in. So then we need to bolt that together. This becomes an assembly. Now, you may want to take this apart when you transport your aircraft because it's so big, but you can also take this off in total and leave it together, which is probably what the vast majority of us would do if transporting this plane. I would just get a bigger vehicle.
You would. That's the answer.
Because I don't want to take apart my planes. Which is funny because we're going to Null, and like everybody that has planes there will have had to take them apart.
No, they all have trailers and RVs.
Well, there's that.
RVs that pull trailers.
Okay, so I'm gonna just rest this very carefully so that it will balance. Okay, I found the perfect angle.
So you need 2 washers and 2 nuts.
Look, 2 washers and 2 nuts. 2 washers, 2 nuts.
Okay.
Okay, now these are nylocks, so you don't need to do Loctite unless you want to. And this is an M4 drive is what they're suggesting.
Yes.
And so M4, yeah, this is 4 millimeters. That is not the same as an M4. So I have a 5.5 millimeter drive, okay? Didn't they say M4?
Oh, it says a 4 millimeter nut driver.
This is 5.5. So yeah, they were wrong on that. I was reading that thinking there's no way that's a 4.
And it also says don't tighten them excessively.
So do you want me to handle my nuts?
I'm not saying that because it's my
Okay,
opinion.
why don't you just handle my nuts then?
I'm just reading the manual.
Listen.
Somebody has to do it.
Somebody has to get it done right.
Your nuts are fine on their own.
Okay. All right. So these nuts,
Yeah.
5.5 millimeters. So I'm going to tighten this in such a way that it doesn't crush overly. Okay. Listen. Yeah, there's a little bit of a crush there. And then this one, same thing. So folks, this is going to be like the easiest build ever. When I build a plane and it's easier than I thought it was going to be, for me, I love it.
It's a win.
It's a huge win.
Yeah.
But I will tell you something. One issue we've had with the J3 Cub, which is the Hangar 9 product, is that these things they design that for like Gary flying it.
Not you.
Yeah. AKA.
Someone better than
Yeah,
you.
a lot better pilot.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gary, if you're watching, you'll understand. Look. See these two? The nuts and bolts drop down in there?
Yes.
Okay. So now look, I have to get this seated in here. So I think I'm gonna have to probably do this a little bit different. I'm gonna have to go like this to get it in. Yeah. Yeah, and then just drop it down. Okay. So now here's a bit of a problem. I can't lay this down yet, so we're gonna grab a couple pillows. Just right there. Just grab a couple pillows. I'm just gonna tell you this professional advice. If your wife has pillows in her kitchen, use them to build your plane.
Yeah. Especially if you make her help you.
It will never lead to any familial conflict. I could turn this around and then we could stand over there.
Well,
What about that?
Whatever. We got to walk around no matter what we do.
This plane is awesome. It's so big. I'm so excited to see it. Now, I got to say something too. Big planes are bigger money, okay? But big planes like this, they're a good investment.
Yeah.
Okay, because to be honest with you, if you're anything like me, you're going to get all excited about every little plane that comes out no matter what anyway.
Yes.
But if you're good at saving your dollars and cents, then you'll probably get a lot of life out of a plane like this. Okay, so you have 4 black bolts like this that are long. I have to assume that those are what we're going to use with 4 washers, which are right here, okay? So we're down to basically, now did they say Loctite on these? I'm guessing they probably did.
Secure, tighten, don't do it overly. No, actually, it doesn't say in here to use Loctite.
Okay.
It does on the wheel when we get up to the wheel collar, so they must not.
Okay, so listen, I am going to use Loctite on this, and here's why. Because I don't want to overly tighten them, I want resistance to backing, okay?
Okay.
If I'm going to torque it more, or if I have a lock washer involved, then I feel like I have resistance. This will help resist from vibration. You got to remember too, we don't fly a lot of gassers, and they're going to have a lot more vibration. Okay, so by the way, this is a 2.5 millimeter.
Yes.
Okay, so 2.5 millimeter, look, 2.5 millimeter, okay? So I've got it on there, I've got my finger over the washer, and this is gonna allow me to Loctite just a little tiny, teensy little bit. Remember, this is going into it's going into a cavity, and then behind the cavity, there is going to be a nutsert, and the nutsert is into the wood, okay? So put a hand under there. Okay. Geez, that's a lot of threads.
Yeah, it is.
By the way, look at the length of this tool. Go back a lot. You see what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. There's going to be people that I feel like there it is. I wasn't even lined up, guys. Oh yeah, there it is. Beautiful. All right. So let's just get one tight-ish. Then I'm going to do the opposite corner. Oh, ooh, that pop freaked me out a little bit. Okay, so we'll do that exact process on the other side. This is a relatively easy build. If you're in the echelon of RC where you're building this, you probably have done a few ARFs in your day, and this is going to be no difficulty for you. But I will tell you from my personal experience with regard to ARFs and larger scale models, I'm always way careful with them because I love them and I only have a few of them, okay? Right. And we have a million foamies, and so I don't know. It's probably not good advice from the guy who does foamies all day, but I really, really like balsa wood planes.
Well, they're kind of an investment piece, like you said. It's going to last.
Doesn't feel like it's starting. What am I doing wrong here, hon?
You need to loosen that other side a little bit to give you some.
No, I don't think it's lined up. Because look, I can pivot this. I can pivot this. There's only so much movement you can get because I've got that long, you know.
The gap underneath looks pretty even. And it's not.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying it's like there's only so much you can do. But like I'm being really careful not to mar this because it's like a mirror finish and I don't want to screw it up. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Just because it's a little bit precarious right now and it's close to the edge of the counter, I'm just mostly concerned I'm gonna like knock it off the edge. So I'm just gonna try to do this one instead first. See if I get lucky. But you guys see what I'm talking about. You see how close, show them from the edge, from the vertical stab.
Yeah.
I'm just like right up on top of it and I don't wanna push it in like that and damage it. Okay, I got purchased that time.
Okay.
Yep. And I'm having to just use the very tips of my fingers to spin this.
Yeah.
If I had a really, really, really long tool like this, it would help. So, I guess you know what to get me for Mother's Day.
Noted.
Excuse me.
No.
So, for those of you wondering, Jonal does start the weekend of Mother's Day.
They must have started it as a way to go, like, let their mothers have the day off. And they would all leave and go fly their airplanes.
I don't know. All I know is it seems to me like maybe it might have been a minor oversight by all the men that planned it. But I don't know. Maybe it's not. There's probably, oh, wow, that I might have gone just a hair too far. So I backed it up just a hair. Okay. By the way, these three went in pretty good. So I'm just hoping that last one's not got a nutsert that's like in it at an angle or something weird.
Okay.
But we're going to find out in about 10 seconds here. Now, here on Brian Phillips RC, we show all the steps. It's not because we like wasting your time, but the truth is, sometimes we run into stuff that's like harder than it should be. And that helps you decide if you want to buy a particular model, because some of these models, you know, they seem like they should be pretty easy to build. And then you get them and they're terrible. That's easy. Like, hey, case in point, Carbon Z Cub, one of my favorite planes. I have two of them. Okay, one with floats, one with landing gear. The landing gear are giant pain in the butt to put on because the hardware sucks.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Both times.
Yeah. And I am really not enjoying this. This one is the worst one of all. I have tightened all the others. I'm going to back them off just a hair, see if that helps. Okay. I've got to do all three of them now. And by the way, don't be afraid of, you know, going back and undoing work like this to make your life easier. Sometimes, if you're anything like me and you're hard-headed, then you will resist the urge to go back and loosen other bolts because you're like, I don't want to redo it. Well, it's going to take like 10 seconds to loosen the bolts. Yeah, that went in a lot better, actually. Mm-hmm. I must have had it torqued down just a hair on the others. I don't like this, though, because every time I move my fingers, I'm afraid I'm going to put a giant finger hole in it.
Yeah.
Look how wide this we have planes with narrower wingspans than the tail feathers. Yeah. That is so cool. I cannot wait to see this in the air.
It's going to be impressive.
It is. It's going to be so dang good.
I'm super excited for the silver.
I know, but I was just thinking about how I really wish it was yellow. you were excited about the silver. If it was yellow.
I mean, yellow would be really cool, too. They can't all be yellow.
I don't know. We probably can't talk about that second thoughts, can we? Okay, so I think that's all the more that we're going to need for Loctite.
Okay.
So that is a pretty small amount of...
because it was somewhere on the tail wheel that it said Loctite. I'm looking.
Oh, the set screw?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Good point.
Yes, thread locker on the set screw.
We're going to be doing it right now, so why don't we do that right now?
Okay.
I just almost forgot that we had to do that.
So we're securing the tail wheel bracket with...
Pay attention for a sec, guys. I'm going to tip this plane up just to get you guys a good shot of it. Ooh, that sounded bad. I do feel a lot more comfortable with this now. So these are going to be mounted here, okay?
Yes.
So we have to put the screws in. And this is what I was talking about. And that's what I was joking. I mean, it was kind of tongue in cheek because, you know, it comes down to being a good pilot or not. And I don't fancy myself to be an amazing pilot, but I'm not a terrible pilot. So we have to put 2 screws in there. I have broke this assembly out of my J3 Cub and I've had to fix it because I've just done stupid things, bad landings, okay? Bad landings tend to break landing gear, okay? Don't blame the plane, blame the pilot, okay? So there's play on that. And we have to basically put 2 of these screws in. Which ones are we supposed to do?
2 8mm self-tapping screws.
Can you see if the picture can indicate between the short and the long?
No, not at all.
Okay, because 8mm would be almost a centimeter. That's almost a centimeter.
Yeah.
That would be like almost 12, 13, 14, something like that. But what else do we need to screw in?
I don't know. That's what I was trying to look ahead.
Okay, if in doubt, bring the calipers out. Calipers.
Calipers.
Okay, let's measure. Turning this thingy on. These are likely 8mm, okay? Well, I think it's just from the shank at the full width. Maybe that's it. Because like, honestly, this is definitely not it.
Okay.
So it's the shorter ones, which is surprising to me. I figured we'd be putting the longer ones in there.
I don't know where the longer ones go yet.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's a place. Maybe they were like optional for this. I don't know. So we're gonna put those in and then we have to set this thing, but we could set this thing to hold it in place first.
You could.
So are you paying attention to what you're filming? So this is gonna go up here and then that's gonna bite and that's a what, a 1.5mm?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and I want this to be pointed to the rear, okay? It is 1.5 and I torqued it down, but I'm just realizing I could probably put the Loctite on pretty easy from just right here. So folks, this has been a really easy build. We sometimes take unnecessary detours on our Brian Phillips RC extravaganzas like this. And so we appreciate you being with us. Ways to support us while we get this Loctite on. The predominant way is to just buy this equipment. When you see it from the links in the video description below, it'll help fund our channel and the stuff we do to support the hobby. Of course, we love this hobby. We've been doing these videos for almost 11 years. And one of the things that the funds help to support is our trips to Null and things like that. So, in case you were wondering. But mostly it's that gigantic thing over there. Oh, that bird just flew away. Dang it.
It did. You scared it.
The damn gift shop. There it is. Oh, that's the other one.
Yes.
But yeah, so it's coming along. We actually have a lot of work done inside, but we're waiting on the directional boring to get power over there. And that's been a real fiasco. Been waiting for like 10 weeks for one contractor. And we're about ready to get a different contractor, which is always fun.
Yeah.
So, do we have to drill the holes, hun? Look at the instructions.
It does not say. Secure the self-tapping screws.
Okay, so secure the self-tapping screws. These are Phillips screws. Now, this is one of those times where I would normally do the hole. I'd put it in, I'd get it situated, and then I would follow it up with a little CA to actually line the hole because it's going to be into the wood. But it's going to depend on what type of purchase we get when we do this.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a 4mm tip. So I would call that a, you know, like a Phillips 1.25, 1.5, something like that.
They call for a number 2. So.
Oh, really?
Close. I mean, I'm sure it's close enough.
Okay, so that is very soft, like very soft. We're gonna definitely be lining that with CA.
Okay.
Because that is like super soft. Like that does not seem like that's gonna be good enough. Okay. That's like, feels like it's going into a solid block of sponge. I mean, all it does is just take all the brunt of the landing, and like this spring steel can move and this can squish, but we've got these 2 tiny little screws. Yeah, that would be an area where we would normally say, you know, full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. And we mean like, hey, Hangar 9, you might want to figure out a way to put a little harder material in there because it's not very hard. So what do you think, hon? We'll just use a little Bob Smith Industries Instacure.
Sure.
Okay. Any bets? Any bets on if my tip is clean?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's not even remotely.
You don't think so?
No.
You might be right.
Here, we'll watch the Oriole while you clean out your tip.
Well, you can show the Oriole, but I was just going to say it might take me a minute to clean my tip.
The birds are sitting on the bird.
Oh, by the way, if you guys want to know what that bird is, tell them what the bird is.
Yeah, those are the weather vanes that are going to go on top of the cupolas.
Yes.
We're testing them.
Well, we wanted to figure out how they would mount.
Yes.
And we were not like super thrilled. So we're going to go ahead and use them anyway.
And somebody really likes them, so it's living on our deck still.
What? Oh, you mean me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love them. It's so cool. Yeah. By the way, that's a 46-inch weather vane.
Yes.
If you ever buy a weather vane, if you're ever in the market for buying a weather vane, we got those at Home Depot. And we looked all over the internet trying to find a good value. And the ones that they were selling at the cupola places were like $400 to $500
each.
And these were like $185.
Yes.
So
same thing. Actually bigger than most of the ones we looked at.
Yeah, they were, well, those were 30s and so on and so forth. Look at the drip.
Yes.
Show them the drip. I want that to go right down to the tip so I don't get it onto the covering. Come on, get down there. Okay, once it's on the tip, then I'll go ahead and just put it back in. Now, remember, we're not trying to glue this on. We're trying to line the hole with CA, okay? Why do we want to line the hole with CA?
So it's got something to hold to.
By the way, it is harder in there now. So I am so glad I'm going to have to eat my words. I bet I was just on a line. I was just on the outside skin. It's way stronger now. I feel way better. I feel way better now. Because do you see how much harder I was turning at the end?
Yes.
Thank goodness. I was nervous about that because I said, geez, those things are not going to hold very much. They did say Phillips number 2.
Yes.
I'm going to go to a slightly bigger screw this time. This one would be closer to a number 2. Okay. And by the way, if you guys were wondering, sometimes it's easier to drive the screw all the way in, and sometimes it's easier to drive it in with the CA already on because it'll like lubricate the hole as it goes, because it's still wet. But sometimes it like cures as you're trying to turn it in, and that's a real pain, especially if you got a longer screw. Okay,
so you are still going to do CA on that one?
Oh, yeah.
Even though it was harder in there once you got in there?
Oh, I would have done CA no matter what.
Okay.
I don't know if they mentioned it in the instructions, but they've mentioned it in other instructions. And by the way, I've never not been able to get one out. I've always been able to remove them. If in doubt, remove it now, put a little kicker on there, and then you're done. I didn't even wipe my tip, guys.
Well, that's good. It'll be clogged
tip
for the
maintenance.
next time.
Tip maintenance. That's like, don't take your tip maintenance from the guy whose tip is always dirty.
Yeah,
how about that? And if you guys didn't know, I put this into a cabinet that's shaded.
Yeah.
So I don't put it in the fridge. I've tried that years ago and never really had success. Loctite, CA and CA. So watch this. This front one, I had that big old drip of CA. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, it backs right out. See?
Yep.
And look, it's clean. Give them a close-up. It's mostly clean, see? Just a little bit of residual, a little bit of residue, if you will. Okay, so that worked just as expected. Okay, nice and torqued in there. Now we should be able to lay this plane down. By the way, that 5mm Phillips seemed to do a pretty good job.
Okay.
I had no complaints about the way that felt. So maybe the 2 was better than the 1.5.
So we've done the collar. It does say to connect the clevis to the middle hole of the elevator control horn. Are we going to do that now, or do you want to get stuff?
Well, you know what? Let's just do it now. Maybe we'll get lucky. I doubt it, but we'll see.
Okay.
Because ordinarily, okay, so just think about it like this. This is a plug and fly. If this was an ARF, you'd have no idea what position those servos were in.
Right.
Okay. We know that they're close because this is built at a factory, right? So if they're not close, then it's gonna go when we plug it in, or the only place I wanna watch out for that is on the wing, but guess what? We didn't have to put that together. And yes, I have overdriven servos setting up a Hangar 9 model. So look at this, guys. Show the people. These clevises are really heavy duty, okay? Sometimes they're hard to pop open because look how much spring pressure there is,
wow.
Okay? Yeah, I know. It's like kind of crazy. So what I will do sometimes is I will grab a flat screwdriver, give them a shot from that really below it. I'll get a flat bladed screwdriver, the wider one that I have available. So this one happens to be a 6mm flat blade. And I will go into it like this and just give it a twist at the end. You see how I'm levering it out? Works really nice. And they want in the middle hole.
Middle hole.
Okay, so I'm just gonna slide it into the middle hole and then let it snap back. Oh, beautiful. And then I'm gonna press this with my finger and thumb and forefinger if I can get in there. Ooh, I'm not getting in there. Time for forceps. If you guys don't have a set of forceps yet, you need a set of forceps. And yes, the bent tips I use more. I had to install a stupid antenna on a stupid industrial piece of equipment, and I used this to hold inside of this cupped countersunk hole, and I was holding that stupid brass bushing, and then I used a second pair of these things to go in and brace, and I had to turn that. It was ridiculous. I felt like I was a surgeon or something. It was so dumb. Okay, I know I'm blocking, sorry. You guys will have to imagine what it would look like. No, I don't like that at all. Okay, you guys see my problem? I'm pushing down on the elevator to get that pin lined up a little bit. There it goes, now it's through.
Okay.
Did you see what I did?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Then take your fuel tube and slide it forward, or well, backward, toward the end. Don't go so tight that you bind it. And then this jam nut can be set whenever you get this totally finished. Now, I hate to say it, but if you were concerned about those things coming out of adjustment, I don't think they will, but I'm more concerned about loosening my jam nut. If you were concerned, throw a little bit of CA on the end of this. Then your nut can't come forward. It'll just stop it from unspinning. You're not trying to mar up the threads. You're just trying to like stop the nut from falling off, okay? All right, the other side, same thing. You guys have already seen it happen once, so I'll try to give you another view of. Camera crew, can you see?
Yes.
I have no idea where you are. Why are you over there?
I don't know.
Should go to my other side.
Because your head is in the way on this side.
Okay. Thanks for setting up all the comments about my big head.
I didn't say anything about your big head.
Whatever. You did too. Oh, dang. Same thing, guys. You see what I'm doing? I'm having to push this down to redirect the tip of that clevis. Ooh. I'm going to try sliding this if I can get it to slide. Am I in the middle hole? Yes, I am. It's the type that's going to pop through and stab me. I can just tell. So I'm going to get my needle nose pliers and let the needle nose pliers take the stabbing.
So you're being a pansy, is that what you are saying?
Yeah, pretty much. It's all right. I'm getting older. Older and lazier. Oh yeah, there it is. Yes! Yes, we have deep penetration. Okay, it's all the way through.
Okay.
All right. Well, they don't even know about the next plane we're doing. It's gonna be a good one. Anyway, fortunately it's not. It's not a U-flight. We don't want to get anybody fired.
Yeah.
Okay, so right here, rudder. Outside hole, inside hole, middle hole.
Doesn't give you directions to do that yet. Connect the...
Why would we not?
We're skipping steps. Okay. Connect the clevis on the outer hole of the rudder control horn.
Outer? Okay.
Yes.
Out. Look, same exact process. See how easy they spin?
Yeah.
If the jam nut's not engaged. So, yeah. Oh, man, that stops it up immediately, too. Okay. I already put away my screwdriver, like a dummy. So this is the exact same process. You said the outer hole?
Yes.
Yeah. You know what? That's a Hangar 9 thing to do.
Okay.
I really want to go to the inside hole.
You put it in whatever hole you want to put it in. Just
Really?
might not work as well.
Pause. Slide this back here. Dang it. I got to tighten that now?
Well, your rudder's not square. Do we care?
I don't care. I've already moved it around a bunch. I'm just tightening that so it's... Okay, so listen, everybody. The camera crew made a remark that she knows better. Because we're obviously not done with the setup on this
Well,
model.
I know.
Look how huge this is. That is so dang cool.
Ridiculous.
That's impressive.
It is.
But I feel like they didn't give anything up on... I mean, in terms of looks, it's really good. The only thing I don't like is the blue match. I'm disappointed by that. But I'll get over it very quickly.
They do want you to center your servos.
Now they want me to center the servos?
Whatever, we'll do it later. Like we always
Seriously?
do. It's fine. Okay.
Why would we center the servos right after we landed those things?
Page 18, receiver installation. No, we're gonna like put the wings on, right? Well, it would be way easier to put the receiver in now without the wings.
Well, yeah, and that's actually a fair point because the truth is like the wings need to get installed at some point, but it's gonna be a big plane.
If we do the receiver, it's gonna be one of those we have to like sit on the counter because we won't be able to reach around the wings.
Okay, so let's look at the wings for a minute, okay? So put this out of the way. Are we done with that for now? Here, let's put this over here too.
Okay.
The clevis, excuse me, we have to get this stuff off and show the people what it looks like.
Okay.
Because we never did unwrap these. So let's do that. That's gonna be a pain, I can tell. What did they do? I wanna know the person that wrapped these.
It's just like tucked in. You gotta find
the end, once you get the tail. Look,
Yeah.
I found the tail on mine. Oh yeah, same exact hardware. Okay, very good. So we're gonna unwrap these. We're probably, like honestly, hun, I don't know that having the wing off is gonna make it any easier or harder.
Okay.
Because we might be tall enough to go over the top
Over
of
the faucet?
The faucet, yeah. So if that's the case, that'll be easy. So we're gonna pause, we'll get these unwrapped and come right back. All right, so we are gonna put some shelf liner in this using a piece of Velcro, whatever the soft piece is, to go in here. It's just gonna sit on top of there. Now you can apply this to your battery if you want, but we really appreciate shelf liner. It has served us really well because if you have enough of a bite with a Velcro strap, then you can almost always get what you need. Plus then you have a little bit of adjustability with this, okay? So we'll just take this backing off and we'll stick it down onto our perspective chunk of shelf liner. And I'll just trim it out super precisely. As you can see, I could have my children do that a little bit nicer than I did. As you can see, it's in a very imperfect shape as well. So I'm gonna undo this strap. I like that it's red. It's interesting. Actually, don't really care if it's red. I could care less what color it is as long as I don't see it. Okay, so that presses down and then that's gonna give us something to adapt onto with our battery. So all it's gonna do is resist movement forward and backward so that we don't have a large shift in center of gravity while we're flying. Should be no problem. And plus this stuff is dirt cheap. It's like $10 or $11 for a giant roll of it. And sometimes it looks like this, but we have found that the solid stuff is better because this stuff, if you use China glue or some sort of contact adhesive foam to foam, then it will sometimes seep between those little dots and it makes it kind of messy. And then it gets onto your batteries, especially when it's like a really hot battery. And the more crazy you push your planes, the hotter your batteries will tend to get. So that takes care of the shelf liner trick. And in terms of building the wings, we're gonna hold off on that. We'll do the prop first. Now, this is just a safety issue here. So just be aware, if you put on your prop before you have things set up, you have to take some different precautions, okay? So this is a big prop. Oh, by the way, props, speaking of props, they come with a 6S variant and a 4S variant. So depending on which power type you're gonna run, we're gonna be running a 6S. We're gonna run the smaller prop, but I am really tempted to have the bigger prop and just run it on a smaller battery. It'd be kind of cool to run it on a smaller battery. But for us, we're gonna go 6S. To be honest with you, kind of curious if we could get away with doing the bigger prop because it looks really cool. But for us, we're gonna start with this. Now that means the 16.8 is the size we're gonna be going. And by the way, show them this prop. This thing is gorgeous.
Yeah, it is.
I love these wood props. They're just so beautiful. Okay. Now, how do we assemble this? Take off the nut, take off this thing, Lay those aside. And then we have to get our spinner. The spinner came with 2 screws. Full disclosure, we never did figure out what these longer screws are for. I suppose it's not impossible that they were for the tail, and the camera crew just gave me bad information.
It's not my fault. You didn't read the directions.
What the manual said? Okay. So we'll put this thing on. It slides back. Now, the irony here, and I gotta say this, is that this blue matches really perfect to the decals, but not so much. So I think the cal is where our
But
color.
when you lined it up there, like it looks pretty good.
Well, it doesn't look bad. It's just not perfect. It's really close. It's like 1 hue off. Okay, so we'll lay those 2 screws down. They'll be ready when we're ready. Then this prop is gonna slide on. Now, sometimes you just gotta make sure where this is gonna line up so that you hit kind of the middle of the opening. And then we can put this thing on there, the washer, and then you can take this and screw it in. Now, it's sometimes a little bit tricky to tighten these down. And I will warn you, the way we set up our plane, see, I can reach around and get to the motor, but it's sometimes hard to brace it because the stator doesn't have any holes in it. Unless you get up to the front, there's vent holes on that Avian motor. So if we're lucky, we'll have enough torque that we can pull down tight with our crescent wrench. My word of wisdom, word of warning, is that I've had my prop loosen on the J3 Cub a number of times because of thrust reverse, okay? Just keep in mind that thrust reverse is going to throw it into a reverse direction, and that's more likely to then spin this loose, okay? So if in doubt, torque it down maybe a little bit more than you might ordinarily if you plan to use thrust reverse. And we do use thrust reverse. Why do we use thrust reverse? It's not because you need it to make the plane work, but it just helps with shorter runways and big planes, okay? I can fly that J3 Cub and land at my feet all day, and it's so much fun. Okay, so I'm just on here. Now you notice I'm not at the end trying to do this because it's just gonna spin it. See, it just spins it, okay? So then you gotta figure out how to recenter it. Okay, then this would go on there like that, but in the meantime, I really wish they would give us something to hold on to here, like a milled tip. So you had a flat here, and then you could hang on to the flat, and then you could torque it with another wrench.
Oh.
So, because it is sometimes pretty challenging to get in here and actually brace the motor. Because the stator I can hang on to, but there's only so much you can do. This has to be assembled in this order. It's not like you can take this off and then do that, okay? So now, the other thing is give them a shot from the side. You see the openings? You might need to come to this side to do it because the camera's on that side of the phone. You see that slot
yes.
in the motor? That's what I'm thinking. There might be a way for us to grab onto that. I wonder if we used a flat screwdriver, if that would be enough to just kind of resist the movement. Let's see. So I'm just gonna come in here and just put it in there until it, oh yeah, we can get a bite on there. So now that I got a bite on there, I just gotta make sure, I think I got the bite the wrong way. Oh yeah, that'll work. So I got the screwdriver through there now. Oh yeah, that's way tight, way tighter now. Okay. So now the other thing I'm tempted to do sometimes is to take and put a lock washer on here, but lock washers would also be somewhat undermined by a reverse movement. So I'm not sure. Thrust reverse is really a helpful tool, but you just gotta be kind of on your game a little bit more if you use thrust reverse, because if you loosen it and you're on, say, a touch and go and you abandon the landing and then your prop is spinning free, you're not gonna get very much power translated to that prop, because even at full throttle, it's just gonna wanna like tractor, okay? All right, so that looks pretty good. Now also, full disclosure, anybody who's concerned about safety because I'm installing a prop on a plane, this is a big prop, it is dangerous, you could get hurt if you're not careful doing this. And so I say this right now, if you don't know what you're doing, wait to do the prop until everything is set up, and then you can go back and add the prop later. We're gonna have some different measures that we take to keep ourselves safe as we do the radio setup. But full disclosure, the other thing I'm having trouble with is this is not wanting to drop in there. Because, see this? The prop is supposed to line up where that little thingy is. Let's see if I can even spin it if I want.
There you go.
Yeah, a little bit. If it was too tight, you wouldn't be able to do that. You see my problem?
Yeah.
It's just, this thing is kind of, oh, yeah, see, I'm hitting that. Well, now what the heck?
When you, there's like two, does that have to be between them?
Oh, that's where the base of the root of the,
There you go, try it.
yeah, try that. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. Maybe that's what I was fighting earlier. That's an all right fit. Okay, so now I need to get a Phillips drive so that I can screw these in. There's also a slotted drive if you are in a glutton for punishment. You could just do that instead. I'm gonna get what would be close to like a number 2. This is a 5mm. It's the same one we used for the tail here. So now guys, just coming back full circle to the safety issue. If you're concerned about this prop, starting off the bat, there are some safety measures that are used in the electronics. Now this of course is not a gas engine right now. This is just an electric motor. And make sure I remember to do the other side, hon.
Mm-hmm. And then pull yourself forward just a little bit because your tail wheel's getting really close to the edge.
Yes. I do have a hold of the plane though.
No, I know.
Like I'm physically holding the front of it.
I just want you to let go and have it roll back a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
Since it takes up the entire island.
Well, it won't be quite as bad once the wings are on, because then there's more crap to catch as it careens to the ground.
Great.
Man, there's a lot of threads going on there. Okay. All right, so there it is.
Nice.
So I would say, so far, my least favorite part of this model is the spinner. There's just not a very good fitment here. And we have damage on ours. Just a little rub mark. Pretty disappointed by that. I'd like to see better. But otherwise, I mean, it's gonna be a foregone conclusion after we're flying. I mean, it looks really good. I like the blue.
Yeah.
It does look good. I just think the aluminum would be sweet. Granted, it'd be heavy.
True.
Compared to the plastic. Okay, so absolutely gorgeous. That thing is just so beautiful. Now, if you had that bigger prop on there, look how much less prop clearance you'd have.
Yeah.
Look how high you can get that before it's doing a ground strike or a prop strike. That is pretty amazing. Okay, so wings are gonna be like very easy to install. So I'm kind of reluctant to put them on, but we'll just put them on anyway because a lot of you guys are gonna put these on and take them off a number of times. So I'm gonna put the wing joiner into one side, bottom it out. This would be the inboard one, okay? And I love the invasion stripes on the bottom of the Valiant. Okay, so there are some wires here, and those wires have been untaped. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just slide this through with the wing on, and you guys are probably thinking to yourself at home, like, why would you not just do that without the weight of the wing on there? Well, that would be one way to do it. Okay, so now that that's through, I can run this along until it gets to a point where it balances. And it does balance. That's pretty impressive. Okay, I did not think that was gonna work. Okay, same thing here. Get your wires to just drop down. Okay, and then same thing. We'll just get that to slide on. Way I figure is the wing is less strong than the fuse. So I'm gonna give the fuse the chance to break first, if that makes sense. Okay, you see this? Look, I'm gonna lift this wing up, make it so I can see. Of course, it's kind of backward for you guys. Drop this in, drop that in, and then drop this in. Okay, and then I'm gonna drop this down so it's at the right angle so that this lines up with that hole. Okay, so that pin is gonna go in the back, maybe. Ooh, it doesn't line up very good, does it? Oh, there it goes. Got it now. What's this I'm touching?
Wires,
okay.
servo cable, lead.
Ooh, man, that is a tight fit. Ooh, there it goes. So it pops, and then we can put in our nylon screws, thumb screws. So it's a toolless install. Which one is it, hon?
Oh, I don't know. I can't see from here. Oh my God.
Whatever's going on there, can you just make sure that doesn't get broken, please?
Yep.
I don't even see one. Is it up front?
Not from here, no.
Are there not Screws?
There is.
Where are they? What the heck? This is so bizarre. I mean, I know there's screws. That is the most bizarre thing. They're in the middle. Oh, they're right here.
They're in the middle?
How did you not see that? They're right here. They're right here. I was like, how could you not see that?
I still can't see them. I'm shorter than you.
Okay. So you guys see that? It's where my ring finger is. So I'm spinning it. Spinning it. Come on. Okay, trade me spots. Go over to the other side. Sorry.
We'll be back in 5 minutes when I walk around the plane.
Yeah. Okay, see those two wires or three
yeah.
wires that are dropped down? That's where the plug is.
Yes.
That's where, or not the plug, but the hole. Okay. And by the way, this just keeps it pulled in tight to the fuse. It's not really, bearing any weight, so to speak. Because the only time that there's going to be any legitimate G load on this is when you're in some sort of a 3D death spin, which I hope to be able to do with this plane.
Great.
A 3D death spin that doesn't result in the death of the plane or anybody else.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so we're gonna tighten that up and then we'll be able to land our cabling. Now, full disclosure, we are gonna run out of filming time here pretty quick. And so our goal is to get the transmitter mounted and probably wires landed, but then the radio setup will be, you guys will see it all in my, as one big long video, but we're gonna stop and reset. And I'm gonna just do that so we're a little safer, hun.
Okay.
Okay, same thing here. I'm not all the way tight on that thumb nut, by the way.
Yeah.
So these wires, I'll do it the other way this time so you guys can see that it can be done either way. That's a pretty easy install. Quick decouple would be cool, but it's just like, honestly, on a plane of this size, it's not really necessary. To be honest, then they always make a decision for us on the wing type, and I don't like that because they always pick the more like basic wing type.
Right.
And I know a lot of us want to do crow and, full length ailerons, and I actually probably don't care about full length ailerons, but I know some of you guys will. So we are going to set those up. The wing type, it really sets the stage for the flexibility of what you can do with the airplane. By the way, I would say this is a relatively easy to build airplane. This has not been hard at all.
No.
It's just kind of big, so it's a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to line these up the first time too. Okay, it's gone. I can feel it.
Well, and once your other wires are plugged in and you're not fighting all the cabling, it'll be easier too if you have to.
So what you're saying is I should land the cables first,
We could.
then screw them in?
Well, no, I think I just want to forget.
I know, that's what I'm worried about too. Okay, camera crew, I like your idea. Come over here to my right side. So we have 3 wires. I'm pulling them up, okay? Here's 3 wires, and then there's 3 more wires. One of them is a flap, one of them is an aileron, one of them is an LED. The LED is easy because it's a JST, male to female, super easy, okay? And then one of them is an aileron. And we're gonna plug in one of them, brown to brown. So you guys see brown to brown? Okay. And then one of them is the other one, which is the flap. So you could hypothetically label these if you were gonna be plugging and unplugging these all the time, okay? So brown to brown, that did not feel like very good purchase, but it did.
Okay.
Okay, so now, if in doubt, you would want to glue those or tape those or whatever. In my case, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tuck the excess back into the wing because then that's gonna be out of this glass canopy area, cockpit area, because there's no sense in having that flopping around inside of here.
They'll still be easy to get to if we have to switch one, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, but you do bring up a good point, camera crew. If I were to accidentally unplug them inside the wing, it would be a real pain in the neck to get them out.
Right.
So I'm just gonna use some regular run-of-the-mill Scotch tape to hold them together because that one made me nervous. It just wasn't very tight. So this is how I'm gonna do it. You guys can do it however you want, obviously. So, see, that one's like super well connected, okay? So then I'm just gonna go over the face of it and then back and then over. So it tapes the two surfaces together, but it's like really easy to undo it. If I go to undo it, I've got a tail still, okay? So that's super easy. And just take, you know, about an inch or so of tape. Bring this thing, see how it unplugs relatively easy? Same thing. I'm gonna tape it at an angle. I'm gonna just go around and to the back, press it down and then around, and I'm gonna just keep a tail so that it's easy to get it undone. So that'll make it so that it doesn't come undone accidentally, but it's gonna be relatively easy to undo if we have to swap them. Okay. You could use electrical tape if you want that vinyl stretch to it. I don't think it's probably gonna be of major consequence one way or the other. Okay, and then these, camera crew, go to the other side, please. So you can show them what I'm doing. I'm just stuffing this into the wing. All right, so once we're all the way in, then this will disappear. And the only thing that's a bummer about that is if it's whipping around in there under high G maneuvering, you might get some small dents, but this is actually wood here. Okay, so now that's into the wing. Beautiful. Looks dang good. Okay, so now I can go back to this and see if I can get that in there a little bit better. It's kind of at a weird angle. Sometimes these nylon screws are a little bit weird.
Yeah.
No, it's going though. By the way, anybody who's ever done sailplanes has done nylon screws like this. And sometimes they are about 4 trillion times longer than they need to be. But that makes it easier to get them started. So once you figure out the way you want it, sometimes you figure out how deep the nutsert is, and then you can slice off the extra. You can actually chamfer the end of the tip or rub it on the bottom of your wife's counter until it's like sharpened. Gosh, this is awkward. It's just right there. So now getting to the last couple of turns is gonna be tough.
Can you go in through where the canopy is?
Maybe.
The other way?
Maybe. Good idea.
Kind of awkward no matter
Yeah,
what.
but you guys see what I'm doing here. Like it's getting to where I'm having a hard time with the strength to turn it.
Yeah. I say
Wonder
my
if-
hands are smaller, but they're not stronger.
Do you want to try? Here,
No.
you try.
No.
Here, you try.
Stop.
What?
Why?
Can you get it?
So mad.
She's gonna try.
See, I can't do it either. Well, because I can't do it with fingernails. I mean, I got it a couple of turns, or a half a turn.
I know you were just looking there saying, "Oh, we'll just get it done. It's no big deal."
No, I said my hands are smaller, but they're not stronger.
Yeah, I just think about people with arthritis.
Yeah.
And the old guys
Well-
at the field that are struggling to get like connectors plugged. This part's not going to be very fun for them. Oh, because you can't get a tool in there.
Right.
I kind of wish you could get a ball link hex drive in there. Would be really nice. Okay, so same thing over here. That did make it a lot easier plugging stuff in first. So I'm gonna do the same thing. Remember, these are just 2 servo extension cables here, so it's not like we really know which one's which. Black is up. So we'll just plug it in, and this time I can just go straight to the tape. Part of the reason we show the entire process here on Brian Phillips RC is because at the end of the day, that's when you can really decide if a plane is gonna be in your wheelhouse or not. Because some of these guys, they make these videos so convincing that everything is easy. I mean, I've seen people make videos of building, above ground pools easy. And I can promise you that's not. It's a giant pain in the neck. Okay, that was super, super easy to plug into, kind of like the other side. I'm hoping it's the flap, but we're gonna tape them both. Yeah, that one's way more resilient. Okay, same thing we're gonna do, just like before. We're gonna tape at an angle. We're gonna wrap the tape around so it holds that piece so it doesn't come undone. And then we're gonna leave our tail on the opposite side. Just like that, pretty simple stuff. So guys, if you have questions, leave them in the comments below. We'll try to help you out as much as we can. Just keeping in mind that it's just one of me and many of you. So sometimes we can't get to everything that we want to. We do see your comments, and then camera crew and I are gonna swap spots. Okay, so you've got this little excess, same exact thing. We'll plug that into the wing by just sliding it in there, and that gets it out of the way. Having this canopy open at the same time is definitely the way to go. Makes it real easy. I like that we have a separate light circuit in there because it makes the wiring more appropriately sized. Does add weight though. I love that they tied those things on there, those extension cables. So guys, the plane, okay? The plane is technically, well, hold on, I gotta put this part on so I can say it out loud and be fully truthful. Where's the canopy, camera crew? Okay, so drop that down. Make sure it's seated. Look at this, folks. What am I doing wrong? The plane is built. That is one gorgeous looking plane. It's huge. It's beautiful. It's gonna be wonderful. Hey, should we do decals? And just show the decals?
You could do like a decal or two. Because we don't need to show them all.
We don't need to show the decals?
We don't need to show them all.
Okay.
Does it give us a decal layout?
A guide? I don't know. If it does, let's use that. This is one of the areas where we're always annoyed with the manuals because they almost never tell you where the decals are supposed to go. I'm pretty sure the large Valiant goes on the back of the tail.
One of them goes on the wing. Sometimes they'll be all the way at the back for like all the languages because it's not in a language.
What about the picture? The box doesn't really have a great picture.
It had one picture. We could actually look online because this is available.
Right,
so we might have to do that and then.
Okay, so we will come right back and show you how that goes. All right, so the way this is supposed to be is this Valiant 20cc goes up here, and it was it over the colors?
No, I think it's just on
it's on the white. Okay, so we'll just do this quick because it's gonna be super easy. Now, for those of you not getting the 20cc version, you might be compelled to not put, I don't think that's gonna fit on just white, hun. It looks like it won't fit. That's kind of weird. What if our stripe's in a slightly different spot?
Maybe so. It's like right at the bottom. It looks like above the aileron.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, in that case,
it could go up into the blue a little
I don't
bit.
care if it goes on the blue, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. So that looks really nice. Super easy install. It's not a wet decal. Of course, if it was a wet decal, you'd probably get a little better finish on there, but I am totally fine with that because I don't want to waste the time on it myself. And they gave us all those Hangar 9 stickers and Spectrum stickers. Those always like kind of look cool on the control surfaces, in my opinion. Okay, so then the next ones are these Valiant 20cc's that go up in this silver area.
Yes.
All right, let's plop those on there. Ooh, creppers. I didn't get it lined up well. There's like no straight edge on this.
What are you trying to use as a straight edge?
I'm using the length of the sticker as a straight edge. There we go, that worked good. So I just pulled it tight to tension it, and then it worked pretty nice.
That good.
So now, ooh, except I got a nasty ripple in this one. Dang it. I must have stretched too much. So then the other one goes over there. Of course, it is a little bit hard to reach. So these are high quality stickers, but they do have a little bit of a filmy color to them. I was thinking about cutting off this 20cc part. Let me know in the comments if you guys cut off the 20cc if you did this as an electric. Okay, so same thing. Gotta keep that thing down. Oh, that was better. Nope, I still got a nasty little bridge. Oh no, am I like too tall? Wow, Okay, so that needs to go more into the root
Right
of the wing
behind
there.
the window, like
yeah.
right in
Okay,
that first
well,
rib.
I mean, it's fine for ours, but yours, you guys might want to take some time. Will that peel off? That's the question of the hour.
Okay.
We'll pause and let you know in a minute. So the answer to our question is yes, it would. And I think that you want to just get this a little further up into the wing root to get better results. Yeah, and this V drops down. That's part of the reason why it's hard to line up, folks. I don't know if you guys were picking up on that, but the straight portion of it, this is the longest portion. This drops down, and so you have to kind of allow for that. That looks a lot better there.
Looks good. Yeah.
Okay, so then they had some Hangar 9 and some Spectrum stuff, and of course you can put those wherever you want, but now you know kind of what we're dealing with. And then they have an Avian sticker. So we're gonna put those on and we'll just do that off camera. Okay, so that's all the decals. There were not instructions on where to put some of these smaller ones. So I did the Horizons on the wingtips and then the Hangar 9s here. And then I did a single white Spectrum here because it needed a contrasting color. And then on the control surfaces, which I had actually envisioned putting more on the control surfaces, they were just too small. The control surfaces are so dang big. So I did Avian on one and Spectrum on the other. And you might want to put those up on the cowl. You might want to put them over by where the pilot would get in and out. But either way, I was able to peel back and get this large bump out of this Valiant sticker here too. So it worked okay. And by the way, absolutely gorgeous plane. I would definitely recommend it based on what we've done so far. This thing is amazing. We do not know what these are.
Nope.
I think they must probably have something to do with motor mounts. And then there's two longer screws. We do not know what they do. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put these with our spare prop, the prop for the 4S configuration, and then also with the float hardware. And we just keep those in bags with our manuals because we have so many different planes. But I will say that build was less painful than I ever expected this thing would be. And this is an impressive size, guys. It is big. So I just want to show you, I'm going to try to hold it up. Sometimes planes are harder than others to pick up. This one is definitely one of the harder ones to pick up. Be careful you don't knock your canopy off. Okay, so that's touching the ground. I'm standing next to it.
Wow.
And it is huge.
Wow.
So good thing we got an 8-foot front door because we're going to need it to get this thing in and out.
Yeah.
And by the way, guys, our next big move is actually some family stuff. And so we're going to be coming right back to this. I'm going to lay this on the wheel and then just try to keep the wing, the pressure minimized as I tip it. Okay. So that's one thing too. We don't talk about this hardly ever on this channel just because we assume, especially on these more expensive models, that you guys have experience moving around bigger planes like this, but just be careful when you put all that pressure on the wing root. You don't crush the actual fuse because you could do it if you weren't careful. Okay, so the next move for us is to set up the 8360T. And so we're gonna do that in our Unbox build radio setup portion, and that's gonna be next, so stay tuned for that. All right, YouTube, so we're back. It's like a day later, and we're coming back to this build. We're gonna set up NX8 Plus, and we're gonna use this 8360T, which we mentioned earlier. Now, the installation of the 8360T is gonna be contingent on the profile that we build. And so we're gonna start by setting up a profile, and then that's gonna facilitate where things actually land. But just think about it, it's a pretty easy setup. We have throttle, one aileron, one inboard flap, a second flap, a second aileron, an elevator, and a rudder. And then there'll be a thrust reverse channel, which is not necessarily a pluggable channel. And so really we've got a spare channel to do something else with if we decide to. And then of course we have 20 total channels that are supported on this system as it is, okay? So 8 of which are pluggable, 9 if you put the port mapping feature in because we are using an Avian ESC in this application, but that is way far more complicated than we need to make this model, okay? So if money was super tight, you could do a 6 channel, and then you could steal the 7th channel with port mapping to do all these things, but I just don't think the average Joe needs to do that. So we're gonna go right to the 8360T because I think there's only about a $15 difference in price. So really, if you're already getting the AS3X and safe equipped receiver, that's gonna do it. We're gonna have some China glue or some foam to foam to actually mount it, just so you know. And then we're gonna open it up real quick just so it's easy to see. There will also be just a little bit of work to tap the battery line for this micro pH connector.
Oh, yeah.
Which is gonna be a bit of a pain because the connector is buried underneath a piece of plywood on this. Now, if you knew you didn't care about the voltage, the telemetry voltage telemetry, then you could do without that, but I do.
Are you going to get more telemetry than you're already getting through the Avian ESC?
That's actually a good point. You do get telemetry from the Avian ESC, and that's going to be the nominal voltage. That's actually a good point. We might hold off on putting this in until we see what type of telemetry. That is a good point.
Because a lot of times we get it on other plug-in flights.
Yeah, if we were to put this on a Hobby King offering or, you know, an FMS offering or something like that, or Freewing offering, then you could tap your positive and negative leads of the main discharge lead. Thus, you would know what the battery voltage is. But you're right, because we have an Avian ESC, we can actually depend on the feedback telemetry through the BEC and the actual electronic speed controller. So we'll actually hold off on that. We'll keep it just in case we need it, and then we'll come back to it. If we decide to actually use it, we'll have it available, or we'll use it for some other application. But it is a micro pH connection, and those micro pH connections go to this port. We could also monitor another channel if you're gonna do some crazy landing lights or something like that. Okay, so that all being understood, which actually brings up another good point. If you wanted to control some accessory lighting or something like that, you could do that because you would have an additional pluggable channel in this application, okay? But before we get any further, camera crew is gonna come all the way around and we're gonna start filming this. So turn on the transmitter. Start to finish is what we try to do here on Brian Phillips RC, so you guys can follow along. Cancel back takes you to your model select menu. Add a new model. This is gonna be an acro. We're gonna create this. Now, of course, you could go through the Hangar 9 manual and see how they want you to set it up, but we're gonna basically show all the settings, and we are gonna show all the different ways of doing all the stuff. I believe we're gonna show everything on this, okay? So if you need help setting up another plug and fly model that happens to be similar in terms of wing type, high wing, you know, 2 inboard flaps, 2 outboard ailerons that you want to use, and fixed gear, you can follow along with this, okay? So in fact, you could have retracts and this would work. But then you might want steerable, nose gear, steerable, nose gear, steerable, nose gear, additional gains for that, which would mean you might want to go up to 10 channel. Or add the port mapping to steal the bind port. Okay. So without further ado, model select, we already did that. Model type, it's already acro, we already set it. Model name, this is where we type in the name and we'll come right back. All right, so we're calling this the Valiant 20cc, even though we don't have a 20cc engine on it. That's what all the stickers say. And it's a 2.2 meter. I would normally put a Hangar 9 in there, but there's not room for Hangar 9 on this one, so. Aircraft type, this is where you have to set things right. This is gonna help us to make our port assignments so that when we do all our pluggable channels, we know which port to plug them in. That's why we start with the profile, meaning the profile that we're building here, okay? So wing type, click. So we can do flaprons. I think we're gonna do 1 aileron. Okay, 2 aileron, 1 flap. There's 2 ailerons, 2 flaps. And then that will also help us to support the other features that we want, okay? And then we can select an image. I think it's probably gonna be like the Cub. It's closest. Now, of course, if you put floats on it, you could switch. I don't think there's a Valiant, is there?
I don't think so.
I didn't think there was. But no, I'll just use this. But no big deal there. Okay, so flight mode setup. This is pretty standard for us. We're gonna set it to switch D. Highlight that, switch D. Acknowledge it. And this is where you can set up what it's going to say and display. So this is not actually changing the modes, but it's going to change the way that the screen appears. Okay, so highlight that, hit cancel, cancel, or escape, escape, and it'll clear it. And then you can scroll in what you want it to say. In this case, it's going to say AS3X because we're going to have AS3X Plus on this particular switch condition. Now, keep in mind, we're not actually setting up AS3X here. We're just setting up a label, and we'll scroll way down and come back. All right, so did I go past it? I did. See, there's save, and there's AS3X. Now, AS3X stands for Artificial Stabilization 3-Axis, and you can make her say it, okay? And then the way you change to the other one is you just move the switch. So in this case, we want this to say off. So if I hand the sticks to an old timer that doesn't like to have stabilization, you can turn that off. With the flick of a switch, it's very easy to do that. And then you can keep everybody satisfied. Off is a lot higher on the list, so we can stay on the camera. But you might be surprised that I actually set up an off setting. It is very, very, very rare that I turn off my stabilizer. I find the stabilizer to be extremely helpful and makes the plane look better. It also kind of gives me an edge as a pilot, I feel like, even though it really doesn't do that much for flying the plane. It just kind of helps take the rough edges off and smooth out the flight. Okay, so highlight that first character and then cancel, cancel, clears it. And then you can scroll in what you want it to say here, which is going to be safe, which stands for sensor assisted flight, sensor assisted flight envelope. And that just means what we use for auto leveling, and angle demand, which means limited angles for pitch and roll. And we open those up so wide that you can just about overshoot if you decided to really get into a tight maneuver. But I'll tell you what, AS3X Plus is awesome. It will also run AS3X at the same time. So those are the three modes we set up. Now, channel assign might not need to be screwed up, but just so you can see, auxiliary 8 or the 8th channel, which would typically be like aux 3 back in the day, they've redone this numbering system here, okay? That's gonna be rotary knob. I would change that typically to a higher channel because I don't want to give up a pluggable. So I'm going to just move it now in case you guys are going to use this channel for something else. I'm just going to inhibit that for now, just to show you how you would do that. Okay. And then aux 9, aux 9, we could use for thrust reverse. So I'll set that to switch G. Okay. Now there isn't anything hooked to aux 8 right now, just to be clear. Okay. So you're like, well, but what about your, we'll just go to aux 11. We'll highlight that and set it to switch D, or we'll scroll over to the left and go to flight mode. Okay. So what that's going to do is that's going to allow us to change our flight mode and use that channel to control it. So it's channel 11 in this case. Now we're back out to the main screen. It says 5 minutes AS3X. Versus off versus safe. Now you can tell exactly what mode you're going to be in. Let's click and set up. We're not going to do any of that crap yet, but we will set up rates just because it's easy to set up. This is kind of a standard operating procedure for us. I set everything to a 1 switch. You may not like that. You may want to separate them out. And if you do, that's fine. I don't mean to take anything away from anybody because this is highly subjective at the end of the day. And this is just going to be kind of what your preference is. Okay, so I'm going to start here with ailerons. If it's too touchy, I can, or if it's not touchy enough, I can go up here and have a little bit less expo, which would make it more touchy. Or I can go down here and it will be less touchy, okay? It's also gonna drop the rates back a little bit. But I do not do one of these things where I go down to like 70% rates. I don't wanna give up the rates ever. I would just as soon have a little bit more expo and never give up rates. Now for elevator, I'm gonna set the same thing to switch F, okay? So 5, then 10, then 20. Now I'm going to tell you something too, just as As the more skilled pilot than I was 10 years ago when I started this, or 10 or 11 years ago when I started this, I could probably set this to expo to 10% and never mess with it and just be totally fine. But I set this up because I know a lot of you guys want to have a high-low rates. And in this case, you have a high-low and a mid rates. And what I would typically recommend is you follow along. If you're not sure what to do, set this up, see how it works for you, and then at least it helps you get to the ground. Anything we do in these Unbox build radio setups are designed to help survivability of a maiden flight, okay? So if it's too touchy, pull it down. It's gonna be less intense. If it's not intense enough, you can go up to have it more touchy, and then it's going to help get the plane to the ground if it's a little bit too lulled out, okay? And then you get to the ground, you can reset that median point where you expect to actually fly about, okay? So walk out. And same thing with the rotary knob. You can see it's kind of set right here in the middle. I like to keep my gains set to about the middle. So if I have to make an adjustment to the actual gains, I set it so that ultimately that ends up roughly in the middle of the range. So when I go from model to model to model, it ends up still being about right. Maybe it's not quite enough on the next plane, so you just give it a tweak and you feel back to normal, or it's not enough to really matter, okay? All right, so now we're not gonna mess with differential throttle cut. We're absolutely gonna set up. That's gonna be on switch H. Then I'm gonna highlight that and just look down here. I'm just gonna acknowledge my entry. Look down here, it says -100. I move the stick, it doesn't change. That means it's on and it's working, okay? I'm gonna walk out, I'm gonna scroll over and you can see it's -100. Now it's moving, okay? Now it's on, okay? Throttle cut's on, throttle stick's down. Now, let's talk about safety for just one quick second. There's a huge prop on here. I don't anticipate having this thing fly off and chop my face off, but just to be clear, if you're in any doubt, take the prop off or don't install the prop until you get to such a point that you're comfortable doing that. Okay, we've done a lot of planes in our years. I have cut myself once on a prop and it was a very small prop and I had 2 receivers involved. It was a very screwed up setup. I was trying to calibrate throttle ranges and I got like a paper cut, okay? But I've seen guys that have sent me pictures of being chopped all the way up their arms and stuff, and it does happen. So you need to be careful. Respect the prop, and the best way to respect the prop is just not install it, okay? If you're concerned at all, even a little bit, respect the prop. This thing's powerful enough it could get away from you, but also go over those processes that we do to try to keep ourselves safe. And of course, things can go wrong. We rarely have them go wrong, but we have had a few bind-in flies that will start the motor at about 5 or 6% or something like that, and it will spin real slow. Now, to the extent that I still wouldn't want to like have my hand in it, but it's not going to be going full bore. If it went full bore, it could pull the plane forward, of course. So just remember, balance your basic aptitude with your considerations for safety and with your considerations for property damage and whether or not you want to break the plane, okay? So we're going to do the same, and the way we do that is we follow a certain list of procedures, not the least of which is calling out throttle cuts on, calling out the throttle sticks down, which is annoying on video for you guys watching, but it's also a good habit to have, because really at the end of the day, you could not have a throttle cut and still keep prop safety in mind. But it's just every layer of protection you give yourself is generally better, okay? So I'll give you guys credit for that. If you don't like what we're doing here, you'll get over it, I promise. Okay, so getting back to the point, we also have, where's our time? We want to set up the timer. There it is. Timer, okay, so 5 minutes is probably a little bit short, but you know what, let's do 6. Let's set it to 1 out. We have no idea what the time is gonna be. Claire's gonna reset it at 1 minute. I want a voice call out, so she'll tell us. At 10 seconds, I want a voice countdown. Expiration, I want tone and vibrate with the tone every minute thereafter. And then I will be able to look back at this timer. So throttle cuts on, it will still start the timer, just so you know. And you can cancel that to clear, okay? Very good. Okay, so throttle cuts on. Now we can look at this screen to tell where everything's gonna get plugged in. So the right aileron is gonna go right there. The elevator, the rudder, the left flap, the left aileron, the right aileron. This is one of those times where you're gonna need to know what's what, because normally when you just have 2 inboard flaps, then all you need to do is just a lot of times just flip your ailerons and you're good to go. Well, if you have a right aileron and a right flap and a left aileron and a left flap, then you can't just flip one or the other. It's going to be a real pain in the neck if you can't switch them around properly, okay? So in this case, you can see right on here, we'll talk about the hardware here on the receiver. You see right here, there's a silk screen and it says S plus and minus. That signal is up, plus in the middle, and then minus at the bottom. That's for the bind plug. We're to be using this button to bind, so we don't actually use the bind plug in this case, but that's also SRXL. And if you had an SRXL2 satellite receiver, you would plug it in here. We rarely use them, but this is getting to the point where the build is large enough you might actually consider something like that. Although I would be more concerned about that if you had a lot of carbon fiber in a body of a fuselage. Is going to tend to interfere more with the active 28 millimeters worth of the antennas. And yes, there are antennas, not antennae. Antennae are on animals. Antennas are on equipment. There are 2 antennas on this equipment. That's something I learned from YouTube. Thanks, YouTube. So as you can see, channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We're not going to be using channel 8 in this application because channel 8 has no function yet, but we could add that later if we wanted. Maybe an air brake, maybe a tow hook, something like that. We could do that later if we decided to, but for now, we aren't even controlling it. In fact, channel 9 is being controlled by switch G for thrust reverse. We know what to do to set it up, but we'll actually demonstrate it later because we actually use this menu system where we scroll all the way over to the right. It doesn't exist yet because we're not bound to a receiver that would support that function. And so you can't actually see it yet, okay? We're also not gonna set up flap mode because even though flaps are eventually going to be on switch B, I don't know how this is all gonna go. And I don't want things to be in a dangerous spot, okay? So 0% in spectrum world is the center of the range. Plus 100, minus 100, plus 150, minus 150. Okay, so you've got 0, plus 100, plus 150, 0, minus 100, minus 150. So you see what I'm saying? We're not gonna damage the servos likely because we're gonna go to the middle no matter what condition our switch is in. See that little gray box or the box that outlines the words there? The position 1, position 2, position 3. And then of course you can scroll around and make the changes. I'm also gonna set the speed to about 2 seconds. Sometimes on bigger planes, we like to do more like 3 seconds. Seems to kind of help a little bit. But then we have crow right here. So it's super easy to set up the crow right there. And then we might want to set up full length ailerons. I'm actually not 100% sure how to do that yet, but we will figure it out. I think what we're gonna do is we'll set up a mix, and that mix is going to be turned on or off given a particular switch condition, probably C in my case, and that will make a mix true for flap left to aileron left and flap right to aileron right, and so on and so forth. I might have a couple of these mixes. We'll talk about that after a minute. Throttle cuts on, throttle sticks down. We're ready to start landing cable. So I'm gonna scroll once over to the right so I can see the monitor mode. And then let's talk about mounting of this beautiful little device. We have to actually get inside and then we're gonna probably glue it, but I wanna get everything plugged in first. Not necessarily bound, but plugged in, okay? So now one other thing I've learned about this plane so far is that the cowl has this really big bottom on it, and that is because it is designed to receive a real engine with a real exhaust, okay? So I believe the exhaust would be down there. Might actually be where the cylinder goes, I'm not sure. But either way, it's pretty big, and so what I am going to do here is I'm gonna just clear our faucet, okay? And this is gonna give us an easier access to where we need to work, but because this thing is so huge, I wanna be kind of careful. Also, I know this is gonna be a little bit lame because you could technically do this without taping on here, but I really, really like the tape. It makes it easier. I have it on my J3 Cub, as you can see. Show them the J3 Cub real quick while I get the tape out. And I use it every single time that I pull that canopy off. And it is so easy, and I have never, in the entire history of my flying it, noticed or cared about that piece of tape. Yes, it's kind of lame because this is a super nice scale plane, and it would probably be better to not have to do something like this. but I just don't like digging them out. I feel like I'm more likely to damage something. And so I defer toward what's the best thing for the plane where possible. And so what I will do is I will quite literally just apply this to the silver. Try to get it centered, okay? And if you don't have a super strong tape, this won't work as well, but I'm just gonna do that, try to get that off of my fingers before I put a bunch of fingerprints on it. And then I'm gonna scroll this over. That might be a little bit too long. And I like to put the seam tight first and pull it back the direction I want before I stick it down hard to this surface. And what that does is it gives us a hesitation to go flat, okay? Which is surprising that it's really easy, but I have done this a bunch of times wrong, okay? So I put this out of the way so it's not gonna be complicated and frustrating. Then you can just reach your hand in here, show them from the side of the windows. Then you can put your fingers on this thing, pull it back, and then this lifts up. That's exactly the way it works on the carbon, or not the carbon cub, but the J3 Cub, which by the way, Hangar 9, you do have I think they have a 20cc carbon cub too. So we'll have to do that one too at some point. Either way, this plane looks awesome. I'm super excited for it. Oh, and by the way, if we did have to tap the battery lead, which I don't think we're gonna have to, it's right here. We have 6 screws to get in there, and that would be something that's manageable. Okay, so let's talk about plugs. We also have JST plugs down there. Well, what the heck? We have JST plugs.
Oh, for the lights?
Did they not give us a way to plug that in? Are you kidding? That's bizarro. I mean, obviously I know how we're gonna do it, but it's like, you gotta be kidding me. They didn't give us somewhere to plug that in? Well, that's annoying. Maybe I just haven't found it yet. Okay, so we have plugs here. And as you can see, these ones are the Avian ESC plugs. There's actually 2 of them. Why the heck are there 2? Oh, look, here's another couple of cables. What the heck is going on here? Or are those just tied together? Because obviously we need to get those all to the same spot. And the battery is gonna sit basically here. You need to probably just go back a little bit so we can see this. This is gonna end up being, I was figuring this would be about back here, but maybe it's gonna need to be more in the middle.
It kind of shows it back towards the servos, I think, in the
That's what I thought too. Well, then this tie is gonna have to come undone, okay? Don't you think?
Yes.
So yeah, so these JST connections, what the heck are we supposed to do with that?
It's gonna be very hard to see.
Well, you're gonna have to get your body higher. I don't know what to tell you. So, okay, so we need to plug these in as per the screen here. So throttle is channel 1. And sometimes with, if you get into the port mapping, I'm just not sure what to do with this second plug though. Because there's actually one says BEC and one says RPM and one says TT. Well, now what the heck are we supposed to do with that?
I have no idea.
I am not sure what to think on that. So let's look at the manual. This, I didn't expect to have to look at the manual, but I guess we're gonna have to look at the manual. Sorry, guys. Okay, so here's the thing. This is probably gonna be our main receiver plug. This is a BEC plug. So like the battery eliminator circuit could be separate. And then this is the RPM, I guess. I don't understand that at all. But either way, we're gonna be plugging this in. The ground is black, okay? So that's on port 1 in this case. Now there are some additional binding and plugging situations that you might need to be aware of that are gonna be relevant for the Avian ESC. So just be aware, there might be some differences. We'll come to those as we come to those, okay? So that's definitely gonna work there. So now I've got these wires that are tied up with these twisty ties and it looks really nice, but now it's like, okay, I have to eventually get those wires free. So I'm just spinning around to free these one at a time. Gosh, I can't tell which one's which. So there's obviously one that's going to the elevator, one that's going to the rudder. It's gonna be the rudder's channel 4 and the elevator is 3 and 4. So just 3 and 4. We'll figure out which one's which here in a second. So channel 3, you'll notice that the orange is going up toward the top. And then this one is the other one. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. You're gonna have to, it's always challenging to film this spot, guys, because camera crew and I have our hands basically in the way. So we'll do our best. Same as every other time we've ever filmed. Cable management is sometimes a little bit hard to tolerate for filming, to be honest. It's one of our lesser fun things to do. Okay, so there's channel 4. Now, we do not know which one's which yet. We'll find out when we turn on the system the first time. It's not gonna hurt anything because it's just gonna be what it is. Then this is almost always gonna be a separate thing that's not needed. It would be used if you were using a gas engine, and so you'd have like a receiver flight pack or something. I'm not sure exactly how all that would work out, but that's not what we're setting up here. We're setting up an electronic plane, so electric plane. I'm gonna just put this under and back around. I have to assume this one's probably the closer one because the cable is longer. So if the cable is longer, that's going to the rudder because it's just got one. The rudder is on port 4, so I'm gonna flip these. Did you guys understand what I just did? Camera crew, did I make sense?
Yes. I mean, I understood what you said.
So the longer cable, the more slack indicates that it's coming from a closer point. Okay, make sense? All right, so then we have one of these that's an aileron, one that's a flap. Again, same thing, we don't know what's what, but that is the left wing. So the left wing would be plugged into, left aileron is 6, 5, and 6. So 5 and 6 is our next point. So 5 and 6, remember we want the orange up. Don't know which way this is gonna go, but it's gonna be 5 and then 6. And we'll see, and we'll have to probably flip them. Okay, I'm actually gonna put this one out just for cable management. It's not gonna matter anyway, because it's gonna be what it is when we're done. Okay, so that's plugged in. And remember, we're not worried about AS3X and safe. We're not worried about, the only thing we're gonna be worried about the first time we power this up is prop safety, and we'll get to that, I promise. We're not gonna leave you high and dry on that. Okay, so right here, and then we have those 2 JST connections, which I have an idea for it, but it's kind of annoying that there isn't an accommodation in a model of this caliber. Okay, so, oh wait, we gotta figure out what this is. Right aileron is on channel 2, right flap is on channel 7. Ugh. So 2 and 7 on this one.
Yeah, that's a weird split.
Well, I know, but it's just the way it is,
Yeah.
So brown is down on this. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do it. Because like we really don't know which direction it's going yet. And it'll take about 5 seconds to figure it out once we turn on the plane. But you guys see I'm cable management 101. Just try to get the cleanest path you can get. And once you're in, then we can sort of tidy things up. And we will almost certainly have to tidy things up. Because as you can see, we've got these antennas going in the stupid cattywampus spots. And honestly, what's gonna end up happening is we'll end up trying to flip this all around is my guess. But then look, we've got an open channel that's doing nothing on bind, and that's probably where we're gonna steal power to run our LEDs, okay? But I'm really disappointed that we don't have a better way of plugging those in. I mean, we do have those additional cables that come from the battery eliminator circuit, but these, of course, are the wrong size plug. So it's not gonna do us any good. So I'm actually just gonna tuck these down in here so that they stay out of the way and they don't get entrapped into the servos, okay? So they'll be underneath, so they'll be out of the way and unlikely to come undone, okay? I'm not saying that they couldn't, but they're not likely to come undone. And those servos, make no mistake, will cut your cables if you're not careful, especially your antennas. So what I wanna do is I want to just think about this for a second. When this is all said and done, I don't have enough slack to go that way. I might have enough slack to go this way, but you see, it's just making a big cluster out of all my cable management. So I almost feel like, let's just get it started first.
Yeah.
And then we'll have to lay it back where we want it to be plugged in. I'm sorry. This is like when the OCD part of me can't tolerate it anymore. This looks so terrible right now, and it's not wanting to sit down flat. So I may have to, we'll pause and we'll flip these around. All right, so we move to the table. We're gonna see if the camera crew can reach a little bit better. It's a little bit lower surface, and we're gonna throw this battery in here. Now keep in mind, we just have this plopped in here loose, okay? we didn't ultimately change anything more than just getting to where the camera crew can see. I'm gonna move this all the way to the most biggest size it can still hold on. And right there, same thing. I'm just gonna drop this in. This is a 50C pack, 6,000, a 6S 5000. And again, doesn't really matter at this point, just trying to be careful about our antenna array. And I'm gonna go ahead and, we haven't even checked the center of gravity or any of that junk. So we got lots of work to get this totally ready to fly. But I just wanna get this battery in here in such a way that we can safely start it up, okay? Because at this point, our focus shifts to safety with prop management, okay? So we're just gonna lay this down. Now let's just talk about where the prop's gonna be. It's gonna be going here. Worst case scenario, something goes bad. Need to make sure that this is far enough away or out of the way of the prop so that it doesn't cause it to get knocked off the table so we can't get to it. Throttle cut's on, throttle stick is down. I'm gonna be able to control the plane. I've never had to do this in my life, but if it lost control and started going, I would be able to hold it. It would suck, okay? But you see where my arm is? That's the other thing we wanna watch for, okay? So it's not even going to initiate or arm. But again, we don't trust them until we trust them. And once we trust them, then we trust them. But right now, we are not able to trust the system. The LEDs aren't gonna work. There's a lot of things we gotta get flipped around potentially, but we can at least get to this right here. So look, I can actually reach in here from behind and I can plug this in. The camera crew, you cannot be there.
No, are you ready to plug in right now?
You can't be there. We just got done going over all that.
It's gonna move.
Okay, so thank you. So I'm gonna pull this antenna back carefully. That's a coax cable, so don't kink it. Okay, so I'm gonna just have my hand in a safe spot like this. Show the people. You see this? I've got total control of the plane right now. Okay, the ESC is turning on, but it's not armed. Like I said, if all hell broke loose and it started spinning, I could control it. There's no reason to freak out, but we're just showing you. Safety comes first. Pressing the learn, or this button right here, the bind button. Now it's flashing. Now, I need to keep it maintain control of the plane. So I'm gonna click and I'm gonna scroll down to bind. There's bind. Binding. Okay. Now that thing is armed. Auto configuring. If it were to start at like 4 or 5%, I'd be plenty clear. I could get in there and unplug it without any problems. It just says auto config. And now we have movement, movement, and movement. I still don't trust the plane. Throttle cut is on and no throttle. I can now trust the throttle channel and throttle cut so I can reposition myself to a safer even still place. Make sure you have prop clearance if you're on a counter or on a table or something like that. I have hold of the plane. Throttle cut is now off. It didn't jump to start. We have forward thrust. Sounds like it might be rubbing. Why does it sound like that? Throttle cut's on. We're gonna have to investigate, but throttle cut is on, it's tested and working. Let's look at this. Oh, it is completely rubbing. Look, it's just straight up rubbing. Look right here, touching. Well, that sucks. I wonder if we could move the cowl back. We have to address that before we continue because I had no idea that we were gonna have to address that, but we're gonna address it right now, okay? So camera crew, look at your side. You can see the same thing. It's a mirror image. Yeah. I believe we need like a 2 millimeter.
Probably.
No.
Is it bigger?
No, it's a 1.5.
Oh.
It's really small. So 1.5 millimeter drive. No, what the heck? Did I just not get it in the hole? Maybe it is a 2. Yeah, it is a 2. I apologize, folks. It was a 2. So just loosening these 2 screws on this side. Okay, once that's loose, I'm gonna see if the cowl will move. It's not feeling like it's gonna move. Maybe I gotta move both of them, all 4, okay? Okay, we'll undo this. Is there one on the bottom maybe? No. So, see if that moves in and out. It does. Still rubbing. That is incredible.
Yeah, that's...
I can't believe that. Did we do something wrong on the prop? I don't really think there's another way to do it.
It's not, you can't like not tighten it.
Well, unless the cowl just needs to be trimmed, which could be. I mean, it's gonna trim itself now, but I definitely don't wanna do that. I want this thing to be beautiful and pristine, and right now it would have just like committed Harry Carey. Okay, so camera crew, come around, look for my side so you can see what I'm doing. I'm just gonna pull these out and show the people how much play we've got. Okay, so there's one out. I can't believe this is touching like that. That's crazy. You can hear that Avian ESC has a cooling fan on it. Okay, so that's out. Okay, so yeah, that moves way back now. So what we need to do is we need to open up those holes just a teensy bit. Or, actually it moved a ton after I did that. I bet I could get it in there now. See what's going on?
Yeah.
Look how much room there was in that hole. Good Lord. Show them the close-up of where that, no, you gotta get further over, hon. Way over. Show the gap.
Yeah.
See what I'm talking about? Now. There's a gap now.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Wow.
Is it closing? No, it's still opened. Okay, so guys, just goes to show you, even the high quality planes still need a little bit of TLC once in a while. I just can't believe that was allowed to make it past quality. Okay, so show the people. Not closing this gap. Okay, so I'm sorry, you're not getting this. I'm gonna have to show the people myself here. Okay guys, look at this. See that gap? Now that gap is opened more on the top, and you can see that hole's not quite aligned yet. Okay, so my goal is, I wanna get this thing darn near perfect, okay? So I'm gonna see if I can go forward just a hair. Remember, they're loose on the other side. So that's forward just a hair. And I bet we're gonna be back to, well, let's try it. Camera crew, I'm gonna spin it. Oh yeah, it's free now. See, I would have never known. I would have never known if it was super close. The only reason I knew is because I could hear it.
Yeah.
I might need to trim a little bit still, I bet. Because by the time I move that.
If you go forward anymore.
Well, except I might just clear. I might just clear.
We'll watch as you.
Okay, I have to. That's awkward.
I gotta get an angle so I can see the gap.
No, I know.
It's gonna close. It's closing.
No, it's not. Because I'm gonna pull it as I tighten.
Okay.
Show the people from the other side. You see what I'm doing, guys? I'm pulling hard with my thumb and forefinger just to get this cowl to bite the bolt as it threads in there. It's just eating a little bit of that fiberglass. Okay? And now look, we're free.
Okay, good.
Jeez, I can't believe we had to do that. That's so bizarre. Hangar 9s usually does not have problems like that. Okay, so Hangar 9, I'm hoping that was a fluke. I'm guessing it probably was. I torqued those back down. I didn't go crazy on them. But at the end of the day, you know, you got to figure it out at some point, okay? So elevator's going the wrong way. As you can see, rudder is going the wrong way. So let's go ahead and switch those now. Servo setup, travel, go to reverse, elevator, and rudder. Okay, so rudder's going the right way, elevator's going the right way. Ailerons, okay, so obviously we have the incorrect channels plugged in on the right side. Throttle cut is on, throttle stick is down. Okay, so we gotta fix this one. And it's going the wrong way. So I'm gonna reverse. Well, actually, you know, before we reverse that, let's just switch the cables for the right side.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got this plugged in, it's energized, throttle cut's on. We trust it now, okay? But I could also just unplug it. It's not gonna hurt anything to unplug it. Now that we can trust it, it's a lot quicker process. I'm gonna get this wire out of the way, but I'm gonna leave the battery in it. Okay, so remember, we want the right aileron.
So the 2 and 7.
So 2 and 7 to flip, okay?
Plus then I can stand closer to you.
Okay, so 2 is gonna swap with 7. Okay, so I'm just gonna get 7 relanded. And then 2 relanded. Now off camera when we were moving this plane, camera crew was talking about like, hey, you know, you're gonna have to resituate. Turn on the light, please. Thanks. You're gonna have to resituate those cables no matter how you slice it. Okay, all right, there it is. All right, guys, so now let's talk about cable management 101. We have this little not zip tie, but twisty tie here that's doing nobody any favors right now. And those servo lines that go underneath, these are in the right spot, so I'm gonna do one at a time. I'm gonna unplug one, and I'm just gonna come back to this. This bundle's not doing us any favors. It's coming out.
Not now.
It was to just hold it in place, I guess. But now it's just in the way.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're taking that little twisty tie out. If we wanna put it back in, we can later. So, which one did we undo? We undid this one. So, come on, why did they do that? Shoot, why didn't they feed it through the bulkhead? Because there's a giant hole down there. Well, except I don't know where the servos wires are gonna go. Do we wanna feed that back through and then down and under? It might be worth it.
Where are you gonna grab it from?
I'm gonna take it, I'm thinking about, now that we know we've got the correct port, camera crew, I'm doing my best.
I know, I am too.
Okay, so down here, now that's into the cavity, guys. So now that that's in the cavity, I'm gonna go so that I can get to the cable if possible. Okay, so the bent tip forceps are not doing me any favors here either, because look, I've now trapped them in the plane.
Oh.
Can you try up here and just see, because you're blocking me. Thank you. Try that. Turn that light back on, please. Thank you. Okay, so going down and under. You guys see what we're trying to do here. It's just an awkward spot, because no matter how you slice it, you always got one hand in the way of the other hand if you're doing it. And I don't, actually, that's probably not a very wise thing to do, letting that drop. I got lucky. So I'm gonna do it this way. Do not crimp on there. You will damage your cables, promise. Okay, so we're gonna drop it down in here, bring it under like this, okay? Then I can take these like this and try to go in. Goodness gracious, it's just a little bit too narrow. Son of a biscuit. Oop, got it, got it. Now I'm letting go of the backside. So now I can grab the cable from behind to get to that far hole, which is on the other side, right here. This is so awkward, guys. I was watching a friend of mine filming his assembly of a helicopter today. He's called the Okayus Engineer. Or that's what he calls himself, his channel. And his name is Callie. He goes by Callie, it's his nickname. And anyway, he's building the helicopter and it's really cool. And he had this one part of the video that he clipped out because he said it was like so frustrating. And the whole time he was explaining it, I'm like, that's like our entire video.
We do.
And then people wonder why we're always nipping at each other. It's like, come on.
Right.
Film yourself doing it with your wife. Let's see how you do.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's very awkward. Normally you'd be doing this, it'd be an adult beverage and some tunes going in the background. Of course, we can't do that here. I wonder if I could dip down with like a hook or something and see if I could bring it up that way. Well, I'm beginning to understand why they didn't do it at the factory.
I was just gonna say.
But I'll tell you what, this is one of those times where it's like, I want this done at the factory. I don't want to have to dink around with this crap. Because, well, to be honest, it's just annoying. Let's see if I can get this angle. I'm gonna try the 1,000,001 shot, the 1,000,001 shot. This is extremely hard when you're filming too, because like I have to leave room for her, and I would normally just straddle this whole dang thing.
Yeah.
Dang it, I can't get in there.
I don't think you can.
All right, so I got into my bag of tricks because I couldn't handle it anymore. And this is one of these old AS3X Safe bind extension cords. So I'm just gonna cut off the stupid little safety, whatever, indicator label. And this is just a regular extension cord, okay? We're gonna see if I can pass this in with the, what I would call the female end, but it's actually the male end. And then see if I can just pass this through the slot where I want it to come out. And this might give us the ability to then pull it back through, okay? So I'm just passing this through the hole, which is like literally the exact size. You know, God forbid it would be like, you know, say 2 millimeters wider. Okay, see how that's through? Camera crew, can you see how that's through?
Yes.
Oh, geez. And then you just can't quite reach it. Yeah. Anybody watching this video ever had to hold a flashlight for their father? I did.
I did.
Whatever, you did not. You totally did not. I guarantee you never did.
I most certainly did. And I did a terrible job at it too.
Whatever, your dad's way too nice.
Whatever.
Yeah, he is. I was just gonna say. I already had it in there, but then I just realized that I'm not superhuman monkey man and I don't have 3 arms. Oh, it's so annoying. It's just for this ultra minor detail. Okay, just pause. We'll come back and show them what we did. Okay, so I took and unfolded this paper clip to try to get me a leg up. I want to go through this smaller hole here. And it's going to be difficult for us to see in the video. There are side windows camera crew could maybe possibly use. But basically we're going uphill. And so now it's into the cavity. Okay, now come up here so you can show. You see what's going on now? See, once that comes through, all I'm doing is just pushing it now, okay? So remember, I can, once I get it, then we're good, okay? Okay, so I've got it. Got it between my ring and my forefinger. So that'll come out. Then I'm gonna take and grab this with the forceps. I can grab that down here actually. Okay, so it's clipped on, so it'll hold it. See, now I've got a hold of it. Now I can take one or the other wire. The one that's disconnected now. Nope, that one's the one that's connected. This one's gonna be the one that's disconnected. And remember, we're not using this to actually, you know, extend the cable. We're just using this as a pull through. Go up higher, please. Much higher. Okay. All right, so that's plugged in now. So now my hope is I can just use this to guide it back through. Okay. And once we guide this back through, we'll be able to then manipulate this until it spins at the correct angle, and then it'll poke right through. Easy as that. Okay, so now I'm gonna just re-land this here into the receiver, because you can see the receiver is right here. And so that goes back into port 3, correct? And then whatever excess we have can go back under into that weird cavity. We already swapped 7 and 2, right?
Yes.
For the right side. Okay, so that's plugged back in now. So then this other one, we got to unplug that one too. Remember, we just didn't care which one came first. Now that one, we'll do the exact same thing again. And you'll see, then we're going to be out of this whole nonsense, because there's no reason, there is no excuse for having cables come up there when they should be coming up there, okay? And this is Cable Management 101, brought to you by Brian Phillips RC, who is a glutton for punishment, believe me. So what I do is I take this tip and I walk these down so that they're out of the way. the copper part or the gold part. And then I just walk this in, and you don't even have to get full penetration up into the pocket there. This, I should have used a smaller, I used the positive line because it's just the middle one, okay? Then you can control and manipulate the angle, okay? So then I'm gonna go through the same hole, and then once it's through, I can keep a little bit of tension on the back of it with my left hand. My right hand, of course, is guiding the backside of the paper clip, okay? So as it walks around, this worked pretty good actually. So now that that's up there, see, the struggle is you don't want to drop that stupid paper clip into the bottom of the wing. So now I've separated it again, and it's just pulling back out. So this is out. And now I just got to reach in where the battery is. I can grab this end on the end of the extension cable, clamp the forceps on using the forceps clamp, and then I can pull that up there, and then I can plug these together. So brown is to my, it's to the tail. Sorry, I know it's blocked. If you guys think it's blocked for you, you should imagine what it's like for me. Okay, so now I've got this extension cord on the end for the sole purpose of carrying it back to this other hole. And so I'll just kind of guide it. So you don't want to chafe the heck out of your cable, but just drop that down in there now. And just be careful as you twist it. You know, you'll just get it so that it's the same angle, and there it is, okay? So literally easy as that. And I say that quite facetiously. Now this might come in handy in a few minutes for those LEDs, but I'm not sure. I just know that that was a very frustrating experience for both me and the camera crew. So you're welcome. All right, yellow's up. This is gonna go under to meet this one, okay? So you need to go under toward my belly, pull it tight, make sure you don't got any twists in it. So you see how I pull this tight, I've got the yellow going up, and then this is gonna plug into the hole. Now you guys are probably thinking to yourself, this seems like pretty standard cable management. Yeah, I know, but again, full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. We like working with these manufacturers just like the next guys, but I will tell you this annoys me when I have to do stuff like this, because they could have just as well fed that through there. Although to be honest with you, they would have had to do that. The factory probably would increase the labor costs, and they would have passed that along to us as the consumers. And so, you know, that's kind of annoying for everybody too. So whatever, I don't know. To all their own, right? So you see how that's tangled? Or is it? It's tangled, kinda. So I'm gonna untangle it by getting these cables so that they aren't tangled. Okay, you see how I did that? I just pulled it until it was to the extent that I could reach, and I'm tucking it back in. Camera crew, I have no idea what you're doing. I hope you're getting this, because there's only so much I can do with my hands here, sorry. Okay, so you see how nice that looks now? So they relax right into a nice little bundle, okay? So then this gray wire, which clearly we got the right wire, and now that just needs to go, not necessarily back through that same hole, though it'd be kind of cool if it came up in the right spot. Knowing what we know now, I do not want to have to chase to find this other gray cable if we find out we need that for something. So I'm just going to let that live down there. It should be fine. I don't think it'll hurt anything. But then this one here, it would be pretty cool to not have to have that thing flopping all over the place. Of course, they had it tied together. Remember, it was tied together. Is that where they put it?
Well, once we get it, we could put one more zip or that twisty tie back around that left
Well,
side.
now we've got all the cables in a spot where, you know, you could China glue this down and you could actually have some serviceability
yeah,
still.
it's not bad now.
It's not bad. Not now. It looks nice. Like if this is a bind and fly, that's probably something like what they would do. Okay, so these two, you see how the cables are twisted funny? That could probably go under and it would take care of that. But then it's just going to be on the other side. So
yeah,
I just
same thing, just other side.
Yeah, well, let's see how it looks. I always like to test these things because you'd be surprised how often you test it and it's like, yep, I was correct. That was a waste of time. But then the other times it's like, wow, that made a big improvement. I guess that's probably a half and half.
Can you tuck it down into that slot more? Because it actually took up more slack when it was on the top.
I think what we're going to do is we're just going to stick this down right here and it's going to be done. Don't you think? Because you're never going to need the battery back there.
Right.
Right? Okay, so let's make a decision and go with it. So I'm going to go with that's where it's going to be mounted. Now, you could use double-sided tape. You could use, 3M double-sided tape. You could use a piece of little foam core tape. Or you could just use glue. We've been using glue and it's been working great. Now, if you have an engine, you're gonna probably wanna use some sort of a isolation, some dampening isolation. So probably double-sided tape. I'm gonna use China glue for this.
And you're gonna do the lights after you glue the receiver down?
Yeah.
Okay.
So guys, just look. Turn on the light, please. So this is, you could use foam to foam, but just this stuff is just a little bit more tacky right offhand. So I'm just gonna let that go on there. Then I always have a Q-tip in my hand when I'm in the kitchen. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get that pretty thick, okay? Because I don't wanna have to apply it to both surfaces. Okay, so the idea is to let it tack up, but because we have it on there so liberally, what we wanna do is we wanna kinda squish this down and get some of that to transfer into the other surface. Now we could also zip tie this down, but you see, it's already kind of staying put. But you see, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make sure that we've got a little bit on there, on the wood. And then I'm gonna lift this up and you can see that like spider web. We need a little bit more, okay? All right, so there's that. And I'm gonna actually go back into the spider web. And then I'm gonna actually lift this up. Now, you're probably thinking that's a lot of glue, Brian. Well, it's not too bad. Look, see the strings? They're chasing all the way back. This China glue is stringy, and if it's not stringy, then you probably are a little bit light. Okay, so come back in. So you can see the puddles. You don't want puddles, but I do like that I got a little bit on that ESC wire. Okay, so I'm just working this a little bit, and that will basically be set. Now, if you want to take this out someday, because you crash it or whatever and you want to save the receiver for another plane, I'm just using that little bit of glue to go along this seam right here. We were talking about fighting that cable. Mm-hmm. This cable is just going to have a home right here. See what I did? See, there's just enough tack on that cable now to hold it in place. Now you could zip tie that on, or you could do something else. In fact, I'm going to go just a little bit heavier with the glue. I've got a little bit left on the tip of this. So actually, it's gonna make me open it up again. That's fine. We'll just do a little slather like this. The reason I like this China glue so much, and foam to foam tack is pretty close, but foam to foam is the Horizon offering. So if you guys are buying a receiver airplane, obviously the foam to foam would be just fine. This just tends to be just a little bit more tacky. Okay, so we'll stick that down. By the way, if you guys are ever looking for a supply that we use on this channel and you can't find it, just check out brianphillipsrc.com/supplies, or you can go to bprc.me, and that'll either stick, or I can pull it away like this and let it air out for a second. And then after a minute or so, it's not even relaxed all the way into position, by the way. Once I press it down in about 2 minutes, it's gonna be permanent, Unless you need to peel it, and then you just peel it like you're opening a sticky envelope. And that's one of the reasons why I like it so much, because it just comes right off of your fingers, unlike CA or unlike something else. Okay, so first things first, make sure the position of your receiver doesn't get undermined, because this stuff will allow it to slip. And like I said, 2 minutes later, it's not even been 2 minutes later, it's been like 10 seconds. That's already stuck down, good. Okay, so now we need to figure out what we're doing with these two light circuit plugs. And then this little bit of excess can just tuck down in there and it'll be golden. Now keep in mind, if you're having to unplug to move your cables, or to undo your wings, those are gonna be disconnected, and they're gonna be disconnected with the wires that were in the wing. So you'll dig this stuff out, then you'll disconnect them, you'll undo the thumb nut, and it'll slide right off, okay? So in the world of ARFs, that is a quick disconnect, okay? It's pretty quick. Now, antennas. So let's look at antennas first. We want these to be diversity antennas, okay? And also we want to pull the slack on these down so we don't see them in the windows. Now one of these, it'd be nice to just walk under all the wiring because we've already got this channel of sticky glue there. And all I need to do is just stick it into that glue. Yeah, just like that, see? And that's just gonna hold it, and that'll be fine, because like we're not gonna screw with this area back here. And this is held down. There's a good, you know, thickness on my finger between this antenna and that. And if you were in any doubt, you could take and just do a tiny little bit of China glue or foam to foam under there and just stick it down, just like that. And that will not move. The last 28 millimeters is what you really wanna protect. But then diversity antennas are designed to actually be at 90 degrees of each other. So this would be incorrect here. This would be okay. This would be okay. So what we might do is right here, we've got this rail. I'm thinking what we're gonna do is we'll just follow this. I'll just take just a smear of this little bit of glue here because it's on my fingertip now, and I'll just slide it up on this spot there and see if I can just get this to stick right here. So it's not necessarily so it's in the window. The window is irrelevant in this application. But you can see I've just kind of got that held on the backside. And I want to slide this forward just a hair. Yeah, we're going to get a little bit more glue.
That's a good spot though.
That's a good spot. It's good length. And then you don't need to be next to a window, guys. If you're watching this and trying to apply it to your own, you know, aircraft, and this is not, you're not building the Valiant 20cc plane, you could do it a bunch of different ways, okay? So I'm just gonna actually take this out of the plane. I'm gonna slather this glue right onto the antenna surface, okay? Now the best way to do it would be to just let that sit and set up, okay? But since we're filming a video, we're probably just gonna have to get on with it and stick it in here, you know, so we can keep moving with stuff. And yes, you can kind of stick them down quick, but then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come back in here and just kind of hit that approximate point like I'm brushing it on here. Then I'm gonna come back in and just stick that down to the sticky. But we'll have to wait on it because it's not tacked up enough yet, okay? And like I said, one of the best parts of using foam to foam and China glue is that once you get it tacky, it's gonna be fine, and it'll hold. I mean, they hold these models together. Most of them are held together. The halves of the fuselages and the wings and things like this are gonna be held together with this. And then that little teeny bit you get on your fingers, you can just take it right off, no problem, okay? So now that that's had a chance to sit, I'm gonna just stick this down into the little tacky spot. And then I'm just gonna make sure the antenna is totally secure where it is, and it is nice and secure. Okay, so now we were talking about tow hook and stuff like that earlier. The other thing you can do is you could tape this stuff down, but I have found that tape doesn't like to adhere to this basswood, balsa wood, plywood, whatever it is that they're using on a particular plane. I don't know why that is, but the tape, I mean, you can use like Velcro and that sort of thing. But if you're trying to just use straight up tape, like what we use a lot of times, it's not strong enough. Okay, so the antenna was too high, so I'm pulling it down now and just getting it down here a little bit further so I can make a nice loop, okay? And you can see that it's really tacked up now, so it just kind of hangs onto it wherever you put it. Now, after a few hours, days, whatever, that tack will still be holding it together, but it's not going to be as tacky on the surface. So like if you sweep your finger by, you're not going to pick up all that glue and get it on you, okay? So you can see kind of what we're talking about. Nice little cable management, real easy process to get that done. A lot easier than putting those stupid 2 wires down there. That was a pain in the balls.
Yeah.
But also, you know, it's a pain in the balls that was optional. Like I chose to do it. Like I said, I am a glutton for punishment at times. Some of these precautionary measures that I take are unnecessary, and I admit that. But at the same time, like I really do want for a good outcome. And the best way to have a good outcome is to leave no stone unturned during setup. I I almost never regret having a nicer cable management, nicer setup, okay? So like if I wanted that to be perfect forever, I could do zip ties. But you can see, I don't even need a zip tie in this application.
Right.
And to be honest, that is really good. We have had planes with miles of extra cable, it feels like. And we have had planes with about a half a mile too short. And so we're having to add extension cords and things like that. This is the next part that I am not sure how we're gonna handle yet. And that is plugging in these JSTs to steal power from this system. Because the female end that they gave us would allow us to plug in a battery, but I am not 100% sure what we're gonna be able to use because it is an unusual plug. So we're gonna look and come back. Okay, so many, many hours later.
You need that little thing at the bottom.
We have two, what I would call female receptacles, but these are actually male JST HXT plugs. Okay, so they're JST plugs. So that would be like what you would power a plane into. Okay, so great. Get 2 more batteries and plug them in. 3S capable LED systems, okay? I'm just showing you this because I've already done the due diligence and I will teach you what I've learned. Yes, you can, and I don't even know if these things are charged, but let's just say that they are charged enough to demonstrate. They're keyed, so plug it in. Okay, now take your second battery. This will be the 3rd battery in the aircraft. Again, if you're running a gasser, that's no big deal. If you're running electric, that's just ludicrously stupid. Okay, I would like to use another word, but I've been told not to use it. Okay, so it's plugged in. Now you see you have a nice bright, and I'm talking like these are bright lights.
Really bright.
Okay, we got the red light special over here.
Yeah.
Woo, it's actually bright. Very nice, except what the heck were you thinking? Not running them on the BEC, good Lord. So here's the catch. I might have an idea. Okay, so now that we've proven that 3S does it, now I'm just gonna leave these here so we can show the difference. Okay, so one of them is gonna be on, okay? That'll run for like ever, okay? I thought of all sorts of splitters and adapters and all sorts of things that are weird and you probably don't have, but I do because we work with these companies and we always have weird adapters. And look, I also found these 850s, which are actual smart packs, and they actually have the smart chip and everything. But then you've got this weird end on here. Well, then this weird end calls for another adapter that looks like this, that gets you down to that. And then you can actually plug this in. You can use a smart battery with an IC2 connector with an IC2 back to JST. And yes, this will work. So let's show that quick. The reason we're showing you this is because we want you to understand we have left no stone unturned. And I say that in all honesty, because I don't want 3 stinking batteries in here. I think it's the stupidest thing ever. Now, would it work? Yeah, technically. Would I have to build an adapter? I mean, it's possible. Done it before. I'll do it again, I'm sure. But let's just come back over here to the bench. So this is a 600 3S. It actually has a balance port too, which is kind of nice. So you could come off of the balance port and you could tap that, except this is an IC3 micro pH, excuse me, this is a micro pH for a 2S, okay? So there are some Hextronics adapters that go from a 3S down to a regular plug, okay? A JST plug. So this one would work with this or this. This one would just work. This is for an ultra micro. I just have my little plastic around there. So 300, okay, 3S. And then there's all sorts of other adapters that would take you down. This is a new one that probably some of you haven't seen. It's kind of like a color mismatch. I wonder if we got those samples because they were screwed up.
I don't know. Yeah.
But either way, that would take you from your rando plug, which goes to, in my case, a Dean's connector, a T connector. And then from the T connector, it goes back to this, which is, oh, look, another JST, wonderful, except that's the wrong end, so we can't plug this to the other one. That'd be kind of cool. But what we're gonna do on this one is we'll plug in this, and then yes, we'll use another adapter on the end. Now, I can obviously go downstairs and get my JST connectors, build an end like this that goes straight to this. And we're about to find out if the BEC will give you enough brightness to satiate your needs for brightness. Okay, so I have to reach in here and pull out that other lead that we tucked in here just to kind of get out of the way. I don't want to unglue my stuff. By the way, the glue's been sitting for a few minutes. I was just joking. It's not been many hours. Okay. So obviously this is going to be plus and minus from the battery eliminator circuit, which, by the way, the battery eliminator circuit is certainly not. Okay. Now look, it is certainly not going to be as much as 3S, because 3S is going to be 3 times 4.2 volts at full charge. Okay. So we're not running 12 volts for the servos and stuff. So this is going to actually steal power from the battery eliminator circuit. And we'll just show you why this is probably not going to work for most of us. Or maybe it will. I don't know. Maybe it's bright enough. Okay, so I'm going to lay this off to the side. Now we need to make sure we're safe again. Throttle cuts on, throttle sticks down. We've already got things switched around, cable management done. Now we're just in the process of plugging in the battery, the main battery, to actually energize the plane. This I'm going to be careful about, even though I do trust the plane now. I'm still going to be careful by getting my body out of the way. Plug it in, let everything initiate. By the way, I grabbed the plane by something structurally sound until I hear the arm sequence. Okay, all right, so hasn't started, hasn't chopped any fingers off. Okay, so throttle cuts on. We're just gonna get to a place where we trust the plane again. Again, I go through all these steps exhaustively because look, ailerons, elevator, rudder, and we have one LED working and we have one that's off. Okay, the green one's off because it's not plugged in. Well, what are we gonna do? We're gonna use the BEC voltage and we can get that prop out of the way. We can go up in here. The black is toward my belly, so I'm gonna just flip it once, plug it in, and then show you that there is in fact a very faint green LED.
Oh. Okay.
Lame. So, what have we learned? You need higher voltage to run these LEDs. So, what that means is we either have to take a battery eliminator circuit, and I'm talking like our whole own battery eliminator circuit, and we have to splice off of this 6S platform to bring us to the voltage we want. Or we can have a second battery that's plugged in here, or a second and third battery that's plugged in, which frankly is probably the easiest way to have these LEDs work. Ask me what I think about that, camera crew.
Do I have to pause so you can say the magic words about it?
The magic words?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just gonna say it like this. That is ludicrously stupid. Except that this is the Valiant 20cc. AKA, there's gonna be a lot of guys that are running a receiver pack. This is not a receiver pack, but a receiver pack that would be like this. And then they will be running a small set of batteries for LEDs and accessories. Do I think it's very idiotic? I do. Do I think that those LEDs should have been sized to run off the BEC anyway? Because we all are going to have a receiver. 100% of the pilots using this plane are going to have a receiver. Unless somebody does a control line configuration, which I don't know that that is supported or obvious as an option to anybody. So yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed about this. I think it's pretty ridiculous. If it's an electric plane, you ought to be able to have LEDs.
Or there should at least be some sort of adapter to use in the PNP to make the lights work.
You mean like a BEC?
Yeah.
We have that.
Well,
It's because these are designed to run on 12 volts.
if you had a Y splitter that had that JST plug, could they not put some sort of light control circuit to get the right voltage?
You can run different BECs that would tap the power. It would steal the power from the battery,
Right.
the main discharge lead,
And-
it would go into a separate BEC because you're not running these servos on 12 volts either. You're probably running them on like 6.
Right.
Or 7 or whatever. In fact, let's find that out right now. So come over here so we're safe. Now that we know we have all the surfaces in the right spots, or we believe we do, we can scroll all the way over. Look at that. You were right, camera crew.
Of course I was.
That was actually very good. Thank you. That saved us all that trouble. Look, you can even see each cell. That's awesome. Okay. Okay, and then go all the way over, and there's to enter programming for the avian programming. But we can't do that right now because we have to do it within so many seconds of power cycle. Now, I'm gonna tell you guys the truth. the full truth, and nothing but the truth. That's what we always do. On Brian Phillips RC, I'm pretty annoyed by this. There are ways to resolve this, but the resolution is still, to be honest, it's probably the resolution is almost as bad as the solution. And that is, the resolution is probably as bad as, what I'm trying to say is the solution is as bad as the problem. What am I trying to say?
I think that's what you're trying to say.
I totally said that wrong. What I'm trying to say is having a second battery is not the end of the world. I can make a Y cable with 2 JST leads that come out, and we can run that. But back in the day, we used to just come off of a balance lead. Okay, so let's talk about balance leads. How would this work? If you had a balance lead, you could potentially have a balance lead from something like this. That only works if you're using a 3S pack. If you're using a 3S pack, this would be fine. This is not gonna work. If you had a Night Timber X adapter, you could use this. Again, we're not using a 3S pack. Even if you're using a 4S pack, then you would be putting 4S power to those LEDs and you'd probably burn them out. Again, unacceptable, okay? So where am I coming to with this? Let's suppose we used a competitive brand of battery or a Gen 1 pack, which I hadn't thought about a Gen 1 pack yet, but we could use a Gen 1 pack. So let's say we use a Gen 1 pack. This is a 4S, okay? We can build a Hextronics tap on this battery, and we could go against, this is the most positive lead, this is the most negative lead. And we could take a meter and we can go from this to this lead, this one right here, the first black one. That would be 3S power. And we could plug in a balance lead, and the balance lead would steal power and go to 2 JSTs. And then in the event that you'd like to have LED lights, like say you're flying at night, for instance, or twilight or civil twilight or whatever, then you would plug that in and you would tap it. But you have to have a Gen 1 pack. And they've been preaching so hard to get Gen 2 packs for so long, which by the way, Gen 2 packs are great. They have a better balance lead. They have a better balancing circuit than the Gen 1s, okay? I hadn't thought about this one. Interesting.
That's our testing, or our sample one.
I know, but I have other crashed batteries. I wonder what would happen if I applied the full voltage to them. Probably catch on fire and blow up.
Oh, good.
Well, anyway, I guess my whole point is this. Back in the day when we had those old trusty balance leads, like on this 6S pack that's, you know, kind of shroomed out a little bit. It's rounded out like Apple style. You've got that big old chunk of plugs. So you could go right here minus and then right here plus. And then you would take those 2 wires and you would go out to the red LED and to the green LED and you'd be done. So you would build a female receptacle, actually male, Hextronics 6S, which has 2, 4, 6, 7 plugs, or a 4S, which has 5 physical plugs. You would tap the correct pins, and then you would be able to fly with that. So I think what I'm saying is, my frustration is that there's easier ways to skin this cat. Oh, and by the way, I'll just grab a 2S. You can see what the lights look like at 2S, because it is definitely lame. They're not very bright. Which we already kind of demonstrated this, because the BEC voltage is similar, okay?
They were brighter on 2S. Yeah, I mean, they're brighter on
2S is brighter.
BEC,
yeah, because 2S is going to be 4.2 times 2. If it's charged, which of course this may or may not be fully charged. But let's just say that it is not, okay? Now the other thing is, you could also buy and install another separate battery eliminator circuit or an AVN that you've got from a crash plane or whatever. Okay, this is unplugged. We're gonna plug it back in. Let's see what the voltage is. Careful, please. Mm-hmm. We already trust this plane. We shouldn't really be doing this, but we're just in the process of doing the setup, so I want to be extra careful. Okay, now that we're here. Okay, camera crew, could you move? Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go up and left. Okay. So brake, proportional, reverse. Brake force, I don't know. We'll do like 3. Actually, you know what? This is a prop driven plane. We'll do 1. I don't want it to jank hard and thus loosen the bolt. There's your BEC voltage, 7.4 volts, guys. So you're not quite 2S dead, okay? Now, just to be clear, you can change that voltage, but I would not. Thrust reverse, we want to change that to channel 9. You guys see how this works? The ailerons and elevator control the movement through this serial controlled menu. Exit with save. Now watch what I'm going to do. Control the plane, exit with save. Let it boot. Okay, fine. Okay, so now that we're done with that, we'll scroll back over to the main menu. Geez, 68 minutes. There you go. Now you can tell. Okay, elevator, up, down, rudder, left, right. And by the way, everything looks pretty darn centered. I cannot believe that. I don't have to do any mechanical adjustments. That's crazy. Look at the wing, guys.
Yeah.
Okay,
really
so I just got done complaining about something, so we're gonna praise them on something else. I didn't have to adjust this at all. Not even a little. That is awesome. And to be honest with you, LEDs are LEDs. It's an accessory. Some people don't even care about them. I care about LEDs because we fly at Civil Twilight a lot, okay? Checking for a throw. Oh yeah, we're not binding. We're not binding. That was one thing I was concerned about when I entered that menu because I could hear it. You guys probably couldn't because my mic probably didn't pick up, but I was concerned, oh crap, I hope I'm not overdriving entering this menu. Okay, so if in doubt, you could unplug those servos, okay? So now that we know that they're going in the right direction, let's see what happens with flaps. We can actually, we'll just do it right here because we can see good.
Okay.
Throttle cuts on still. Flap system. Okay, so position back, we want nothing. Oop, see they're going the wrong way. See that?
Yeah, the right one's going up.
Let's go to 30 like this. And then let's go back to servo setup, travel, reverse. So this is gonna be the right flap. You'll notice it's going down now. It's going up, it's going down. Okay, very good. So now we'll go back into flap setup. And then let's set up landing flaps. So landing flaps, let's bring it down. We don't want to overdrive anything. Okay, so I'm actually going to bring this back. Let's go to 95, okay? So we have normal flight, we have takeoff flaps, landing flaps, very cool. So now, the correction, let's do exaggerated. So this should go down for an inboard flap. It did, okay? So now I'm gonna highlight that 17%, that random amount I did. So it's a whole number and it's positive. So let's do 6 and 10, okay? Or let's do 6 and 9, 6 and 9, more exciting that way, okay? Then crow, if in doubt, you can do crow from this menu, but I really wish that they gave us a switch option for this, okay? So for full landing flaps, as you scroll in crow, you bring your ailerons up. So that's negative 65%, okay? So ailerons, full landing flaps gives you crow, and ailerons continue to work. Very simple to set up, takes almost no effort. And then AS3X and safe will continue to work once we set those up. Of course, we haven't gone through that process yet, and we will. Okay, so a couple things to review. If you want LEDs, you're gonna have to make a decision. Do you wanna have a second battery in here? And I think the answer to that question is, it's probably not that huge of a deal to have another battery. But do I wanna have a small battery or do I wanna have a big battery? And the answer to that question is, I honestly don't know. But What I can tell you is it would be nice if I had a JST equipped battery and it was really easy to just plop something in there, okay?
Yeah.
So plopping something like from an ultra micro sort of class plane would be easy, but then that's 3 batteries I'm managing, okay? I don't like that. I would really like to have one battery that I can plug in, and it can be plugged just directly to the discharge. And in this case, I don't really want it to be an IC2 because IC2 is a whole lot more uncommon. So what I would probably do is I would make some sort of an accommodation that would receive whether it be an XT60 or an IC3, and that would get me where I want to be, which leads me down the road of I'm probably going to end up having to build an adapter that looks a little something like this, except this would be
The plug.
the plug.
Yeah.
And then this would be a female receptacle. Now, why XT60 instead of IC3? Well, because then I can plop an IC3 in there and it'll receive it. Or I can plop an XT60 in there and it'll also receive it. Okay? Now, you could also just have, a couple of different plug-ins on there, because if we're gonna have to build it anyway, then no big deal, right? But in our case, I just think it's gonna be easier to just go ahead and build the adapter and be done with it, rather than build some weird Hextronics balance lead tap, okay? So to bring this plane full circle and land it, I'm probably not gonna build a tap point. I'm probably just going to steal. Now, I am curious if anybody has stuck 6S power to those lights, because I bet they'd be bright. And if they did, leave it in the comments below, because I am quite curious about that. Because we could tap power off of this, and that would be sweet, and I'd be fine with that. We could also change the BEC power output, but then you're changing the BEC power output for everything.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I like that.
No.
Okay. Also, we have thrust reverse that is going to need to be set up as well, and just a number of other things. Just to give you an idea, we have lots of trays of different adapters and small batteries and stuff like that. So it's going to take us a little bit of effort to build these adapters. So I might build it and come back and just show you what it looks like. So how are we doing on battery?
We probably better do that when we could charge.
We'll do it and charge and come back and show you what I built. All right, so we decided we're gonna get thrust reverse and forward programming done first, and then I'll show you what I do for an adapter. Okay, so forward programming requires all of our controls to be correct. So we've already kind of walked through that flap system. We know that all this is working. You could set up Crow for everything, but my only issue is, like I said, I wish there was another switch assignment we could make to make Crow active or deactivated, because there's times when I want to fly and just have inboard flaps, and I don't need it to be like insane amounts of Crow, right? Okay. So not sure exactly why that isn't an option here, or maybe there is something that we can do and I'm just not aware of it yet. So let's walk out. Mixing. This is the other thing we want to do, is we want to have a mix that is going to be something that's normal. The input is going to be aileron to flap. Left flap. It's going to be tied to, in my case, I'm going to tie it to switch C, okay? So on switch C, in this condition, I want it true. In that condition, I don't. In that condition, I don't, okay? So in this condition, I want the rate to be something, okay? See? Pretty cool. So let's see how much. Yeah, that's really easy, okay? So we'll make it like 100%. And then we'll make this probably 100% as well. Yep. So you see how simple that is. Full length, full span, half span, okay? So now, my only concern is, how do flaps tolerate this? So with flaps exploited, used, are we overdriving? No, we're not. Okay, so let's see what happens when we go to the 100%. I almost wonder if we need to disqualify that while flaps are deployed, okay? So how can we do that? Can we do two? Can we do a matrix where we have to have both on? We could also make it so that it's a full length flap all the time. No, I'll unmix it with another condition. So here's another conditional consideration. So normal, ailerons to flat left flap. And this is gonna be, oh, hold on. Yes, this will be minus 50% and minus 50%, okay? With no deployment delay, and that's gonna be in the event of this condition only. Excuse me. Okay, so only when you have full landing flaps, it will disqualify the portion that would overdrive. Okay, so we can go in here and just look. Nope, that's gonna overdrive them still. So we need more. So back on the, oh, it unadjusted it. Did you see it took it out?
Oh, because you didn't have it selected in the right.
Because I didn't have this selected first. It untypes it. Sorry, guys. Okay, so now when you go to this condition on C and you're on this condition on B, then it's gonna disqualify that mix to a degree. Then if you come out of that flap condition, it's gonna let you go back. And when it's down like this, you have enough room. See, look, show them. You're gonna clear right here, see? It clears and it clears. And I'm just looking at the other side, it clears and it clears. You need to be careful about that prop, hon. Okay, good job. All right, there it is. All right, so now back to our normal spots so you guys can all understand what we're talking about. So that mix is a disqualifier mix. How does it work? It literally allows the other mix to work and it just takes some of it out, okay? So when I'm in this condition, we have regular ailerons, regular flaps. Ooh. I gotta figure out why that's happening. That's because this is doing that mix still. So we have to add another layer to, this is gonna be a matrix of another matrix. I think I can just do the same exact mix, ailerons to left flap in the condition, oh no, because this would have to, yeah, this would undermine the other one. Okay, so let's cancel that one. So go back into that mix and you see where it says reset? We'll reset that, yes. Okay, so you guys understand what my concern is. With the flaps off and full flap deployment, that makes another condition that we now have to undermine. So I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna do this. So there is another way we could do that, and that would be with tie flap modes to this. And then you can make different, not flap modes, flight modes to this, in addition to the flight modes for AS3X and Safe.
Oh.
Not sure I wanna get that involved. So I gotta think on this, we'll come right back. All right, guys, so I figured it out. Okay, so in the regular menu, you've got this logical switch set up. You can set up a matrix, logical switch 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth. So on logical switch 1, I have a matrix of B for the flaps and C, the conditional change that we're calling it, okay? And then there's certain you can call these different values out, okay? So like in this position, I have takeoff flaps, okay? In this position, I have takeoff flaps and full length ailerons, okay? So I would wanna make like a condition true, okay? And then in this position, okay, I haven't even said anything yet. So I might make a different condition, okay? So it doesn't really matter, but the point is this. So you can change these values on logical switch 1. So this is one condition. This is another condition that I wanna disqualify another behavior, okay? So now that we've figured that out, I've got my normal flap activity. There is no change in state. We just have regular flaps and we have regular landing flaps, except we also have crow. So if I wanna turn off crow, I could like make this condition something different, okay? So I wanna turn off crow, and it's only set in the landing flap setting, so that'll be like a third position, okay? So as you can see, there's a matrix. So you can move this all around with the conditions of the switches, right? So if you're on C switch 1 and there's no flaps deployed, there is no conditional change, right? You just have regular, okay? In this condition, you would have full length ailerons. And then in this condition, you would have, you're gonna shut off crow, okay? So this would be like normal operation, takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Wrong, because in landing flaps, excuse me, this is crow. I actually want crow to be down here.
Oh.
Yeah, so I wanna do this wrong. Okay, so I'm gonna do this another way, guys. So this will be normal mode. So I'm gonna actually call that position 1, okay? And then, okay, so this, with this up, that's normal, takeoff landing flaps. But as you can see, the crow is being deployed. So now when we call out logical switch 1, we're gonna be able to use that in the mix to unmix the crow. But we're still calling on AS3X safe, all that stuff to use the crow from the flap menu, right? So this one's set there, okay, so that's one condition. Now, this condition is gonna be full length ailerons, okay? So full length ailerons, we deploy flaps. Honestly, I don't really care, it's fine. I'm not gonna change that. I don't need to take anything out for flaps because the flaps I still want to be true, correct? Mm-hmm. But would I wanna unmix the full length aileron? Probably not in takeoff flaps. Okay, but in landing flaps, I do wanna mix that out because otherwise we might overdrive them, okay? That's what we couldn't figure out earlier, okay? So then let's talk about the other condition. That'd be this condition where we have crow, or we want to keep and maintain crow. So in that condition, we don't need to do anything. So we can actually call that back to 0, okay? So you see how this works? We have a matrix, but we have to make an assignment for each of these to different values. Okay, so this is gonna be the same as that, so that's unacceptable. Okay, so in normal flight mode, whoops, excuse me. In normal flight mode, we need to disqualify a behavior in this mode because we don't want crow to be active, okay? And then in this mode, you see how it just moved over to this column now. We want to have an activity true here, which actually we don't care, we're just gonna leave it, okay? We'll just leave crow on, that's fine, doesn't hurt anything. And then in this mode, we need to disqualify the movement of the inner flaps, right? Or wait, we wouldn't want crow in that, would we? On full length? I don't know. We'll come back to this real quick, okay? So now we can walk over to our regular mixing and we can set up our mixing. I know I'm confusing some of you. Sorry, you'll just have to bear with me because I'm learning this myself. Okay, so this is aileron to left flap at 100%, 100%, and it's on switch C. Well, we want to disqualify that now, okay? We do want it active on switch C, but we actually want it to be true for logical switch conditions. Or no, we can still have this on C. This is fine on C. And it's disqualified here or here because this is full length ailerons, okay? So that part's fine. But then we want to disqualify a certain position. Logical switch 1, see how it says 0, 1, 2? So when it's in 1, we want a certain behavior to be true. Okay, so you see how it's not changing that? Go back to logical switch. So we have B and C. So B and C. Ooh, see how that's 2? I wonder if it doesn't like that.
Or is that because you changed it in the mix menu?
Nope. Okay, so in ailerons, logical switch 1, ooh, curve 2 makes me nervous. Yeah, I see the curve 2. Yeah, that's fine. So you see how it's back? See how it's on now because we turned on all 3 settings. So logical switch, we're trying to disqualify only on landing flaps. See, and it's disqualified it. Because if this were off, it wouldn't mix in that minus, okay? So you see this logical switch, so we'll shut that off and we'll shut that off. We don't need that mix true in this setting or this setting, okay? See, then it pops up. There it is. So it only mixes out the certain behavior that we don't want in that particular logical switch setup. Now you can also do a combo switch, which might be appropriate in this case because we're not doing 3 or more switches. we're just doing 2. But I'm just gonna do it because I like the graphics better, okay? Then there's the third mode, which is gonna be, this is where I was playing with it and figuring it out. So I've already got it set to aileron to left flap still, okay? And so this is gonna be where I want to be in this mode. So we're gonna go to logical switch. You have to scroll way over to the right. It's way over here, guys. Logical switch, and this was 2, right? Or was it 1? I can't remember which one it is. So in this mode, okay, we gotta walk back out and see what it is. Logical switch. So it looks like in this mode, it's actually 0. So we're gonna probably have to have a positive value for that. Because I want this to be true. This is gonna shut off crow, but there's nothing there. There's no behavior there.
Okay.
Because that's no flaps and...
Nothing.
Yeah, right. No, that would be crow on. This would be crow off, right? And the only time we call out crow is on landing flaps, which is why that one goes to 1. Okay, so we want to mix out the crow. So this mix is going to be a disqualifier. So when we have full landing flaps called out and we're in normal flight mode, I want crow to be disqualified here. Okay, so watch what's happening to the ailerons. I want ailerons to be dropped down, but I'm calling out a flap here. So it's really aileron to aileron, but I don't know if it's left aileron or right aileron. Okay, nothing's changing. Nothing's changing. Do I need to go down? Nothing's changing. Oh, it's an offset. That's right. This would be an offset, wouldn't it be? No, because we're calling aileron to aileron. I don't think we can do that. Because remember, this is a crow call out.
Do you have it on the right switch to be showing what you're doing?
Yeah, or
Okay.
it wouldn't be live here.
Okay.
Okay, so we would need to go to flaps, I think. Because flap is really what's tying that. So if we did flaps to left aileron, see how it's dropping? Look. And we called 65%. Look, there's 65. Look, it's level now. So we effectively shut off crow, okay? I hate that delay thing because we have a 2-second deployment and then this mix is only gonna be at that certain speed, okay? So when we're in our normal flight mode, we have takeoff flaps, we have landing flaps. And then what's gonna happen is, because there's a 2-second deployment speed, there is going to be a partial behavior before it catches it and changes it back and disqualifies it, okay? So what we're doing though is in this mode, we have no crow. We have just regular ailerons, elevator, rudder, takeoff flaps, and landing flaps. You see how it dips quick? But then when we go to landing flaps, it starts to execute the time delay and then it gets caught and it clears it out, okay? And then on the way back, it does the same thing. See?
Yeah.
Okay? But at the same time, I have no idea how that's gonna manifest in flight. I'm guessing it's gonna be a bounce in flight. I'm not sure I'm okay with that. But let's say, for the sake of understanding, we have a regular flight mode where there is no crow. Then we have full length ailerons. We have takeoff flaps that just kind of keep the full length working. It doesn't matter. We got a little deployment, I don't care. And then we have full deployment landing flaps with crow and full length, but we've backed off the amount that it deploys. And then we go back to normal flight mode and we go to the regular crow, like we call it out in the menu. We have takeoff flaps, we have landing flaps that include crow, ailerons, ailerons, ailerons. So to answer everybody's question, simple as that. And there's probably other ways to do it that you could do that might be a little bit more sensical, okay? In my case, this is the first time I'm calling out full length ailerons because frankly, I don't use them, okay? So I'm gonna have to call out full length if I want it. And to be honest, I'm not sure I'm even gonna want to have full length ailerons. The other thing is I can go into one mix and change that 100% to like 50. So I'll show you how to do that. So mixing, Go back to ailerons to flaps. See where this one's 100%? So like say I don't like having the inboard flap as far down because it is kind of overshooting a little bit. Let's go to like 75 and like 75. Okay, so watch. See, now it's gonna deploy just a little bit less. So you have more of like, I hate to use the word crow because not to confuse with the crow feature. See, it goes up like half as much, which is pretty sweet. So I am actually gonna set it back to 100%. And this is where you might use differential too, because if you have a full length aileron, you're gonna get some adverse yaw in there. It's gonna wanna yaw the plane. Okay, so full length. So now, if you wanna use differential will be impacted correctly. I would turn this on this plane or tie it to another switch where you have full length. So I would say it's gonna be on with switch C. So highlight that, exercise switch C. And then with switch C deployed, you might run like a 50% differential. Now watch what happens. That means that one side is gonna go up and the other side is gonna go down half as much as it would have, okay? And so on and so forth. So watch, but you see what happens? Now the flap is still being called out by the mix. So the ailerons behave, but the flaps don't call back to the differential setting, okay? Does that make sense? So in that case, you would have to do a whole nother matrix of switch settings, and I'm not gonna waste my time on that. So I'm just gonna clear this off and just show you that it can be done. Now you can also do negative differential and all that stuff if you want, but I'm just gonna go with, let's turn that off because I don't need it or want it or care. So really at this point, now that we have all the basic principal functions set up, normal flight mode is gonna be takeoff flaps, landing flaps, and we've got that twitch. I'm hoping that that twitch is gonna be a small enough factor that doesn't matter. I'm gonna just show you real quick to prove my point. If I go into flap system and I change this deployment speed from 2 seconds, I could change it to 10, it would be a huge jump. Okay, watch. It's a much bigger jump, okay? Because it's trying to execute longer periods. So if I take this 10 and just clear it back to normal, watch what happens. You won't even see a jump now, okay? There still is a little bit of a twitch. Interesting. Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna set this back to 2 seconds like normal, or 2. Excuse me, 2. And now that we have all 3 modes set up on switch C, we have takeoff, landing, flaps, all that stuff, but we know they're going in the right direction. That's the key, it's critical. You have to have all this set up before we can teach it, the position of the receiver, and also do the forward programming. Now, also there's no separate steerable tail wheel on this. Throttle cuts on, throttle sticks down. Before I jump in here, I'm gonna grab this piece of tape here. This piece of tape is gonna let me open up the canopy again. I just wanted it all put together because it's so dang gorgeous. And then I'm just gonna reach in here and make sure that my receiver is mounted where I want it. That glue has still got a little bit of tackiness to it, so I just wanna make sure that it's square where I want it. Now it's gonna basically be there. It's not gonna move. Even if it's stuck there and it's not quite totally perfect, it's still gonna work. And that is true.
About 5 minutes.
Okay. So we're gonna try to get forward programming done here, and then we will give you guys an update on that plug, okay? Because I will build a plug that will use just a singular battery, probably an XT60. Okay, so I'm gonna move this to this angle for a very important reason, so we can both be back here. Forward programming is easy, okay? Click, go down to forward programming. The biggest thing is you got all this other crap set up first. Forward programming, gyro settings, first time setup. Make sure the model has been configured, blah, blah. Set the model level and hit continue, okay? Oh, we set up thrust reverse, but we never set it up. Let's just, let's cancel out of here so we don't cause any problems. It shouldn't matter, it's not gonna make a difference, but I wanna make sure we get it figured out first. Okay, we're gonna return the plane just because it's got a big prop. I don't wanna accidentally strike something. It's just walking it over here. And okay, so first things first, I've got my arm wrapped around here. Throttle cuts off. Forward thrust, we can tell it's forward thrust. This is switch G, which controls channel 9. Ooh, kept going forward. There's reverse thrust and reverse thrust. So what that tells us is if we walk over to monitor mode, we can tell that channel 9 is now at plus 100 and then minus 100. Throttle cuts on. So we need to switch that. We already knew that, but we just wanted to show you how we figured it out. Digital switch setup. Whoops. Digital switch setup. Select switch G. So I need to reverse the direction and get rid of this floating value of 0. Otherwise, we could just reverse the channel. Okay, so we're going to do negative 100, which is forward thrust. And that is going to be true when switch G is forward. That'll be forward thrust. And then when the switch is all the way back, it's going to be reverse thrust. And in the middle, it's also going to be reverse thrust. Okay. Why do we do it that way? Like I said, we could just reverse the channel, except we'd have a floating center position, and that is a no bueno. You do not want to have reverse thrust. Questionable. Okay. So now we walk out, throttle cuts off. We have forward thrust, lots of power. Now reverse thrust and reverse thrust. Throttle cuts on, forward thrust is on, okay? Throttle cuts on, forward thrust is deployed, okay? Now we're ready to go to forward programming. Sorry guys, we're out of time. So we're gonna come back and look at that after our battery's charged. All right, so I built an adapter. This is just a positive to positive, negative to negative on a JST that's gonna plug into the JSTs for each and then receive a JST from a battery. I've decided I'm just gonna use one of these individually. I'm gonna plug it in and then this is going to power the two. And the camera crew is gonna move around so she can see what's going on here. One's gonna plug into one side, one's gonna plug into the other. So that light turns on, and then one's gonna plug into the other, which is the easiest way I could come up with to do this. And then this little battery fits nicely into this opening, okay? So I don't have to have a bunch more Velcro involved, and it stays relatively secure in that opening. So when it's flipping and flopping around, doing all the 3D stuff that I intend to do with this plane, it should be fine. And I was originally planning on having an XT60 that would receive an IC3 or an XT60 or some sort of an adapter to something else. I said, well, I could just as well do a JST to a JST to a JST, and then I can use JST to something else adapters if I need to. But the way I figured is this battery is so inconsequential in terms of weight, I don't have to worry about center of gravity or any of that stuff. So that's what we ultimately ended up with. So we'll go ahead and do the forward programming with that battery plugged in just to show you that it will last for quite some time. And I also have many different sizes of 3S packs that have a JST equipped end. So it should be no problem. But getting back to our normal side, we're gonna go ahead and start forward programming. We kind of ran out of battery, so our apologies there. While the battery was charging, I did some things to get this prepared. Okay, so we're gonna click and scroll back down to forward programming. Gyro setup, first time setup. Make sure all your stuff is set up, which we already did. Okay. Make sure all the servos are going the right direction. Set it level, hit continue, put it on its nose and hit continue. Now, you can actually just manually set this if you know which of the numbers represents best the position of your installation. Obviously, in our case, it's pretty obvious to see. Sometimes it's not so obvious. This is not exact. It just is gonna pick between the different positions. You can see the way that that appears to be laid out. Now we're just gonna confirm that by laying the plane back on its wheels. Remember, this is not when it captures its level attitude. This is actually just picking the orientation of the actual device. So we'll come over and look at the picture. Give them a low shot so they can see that, please. You might need to move your hands. You guys see? That looks the same, doesn't it? It's laid out just like it is on the display. And so that's how we do that. So then we'll go ahead and select continue. It happens to be orientation 1. So if you don't want to put yours on the nose and you mount it the exact same way, you could just pick that. But then all you do is hit continue and then hit apply. So it's going to reboot if you're in any doubt. If your motor would somehow come up to like a low idle or anything, it would do that at this point. And you see the first dance is AS3X dance, okay? Return to forward programming, gyro settings, F mode setup, flight mode channel, exercise it, doesn't work, click, exercise it, doesn't work. So then I'm just gonna go to aux 11, okay? Because I know what it is, and then hit next, and you can see it's changing. That's how you know you got it right. So in this mode, we're gonna have AS3X active, we're gonna have it off in this, and we're gonna have it active in that. Okay, then we can walk out. We go to first time safe setup. Before setting up safe, everything has to be right. We already have the FM channel, but we can go in there and verify, hit next, let it populate, hit continue. This is the mode we want to be safe. Okay, so this is where we're gonna level the model and capture the attitude. Now, obviously you don't want it to fly like this because it's gonna go uphill. So what I'll do is I'll build up some sort of support. In our case, we just grab pillows or whatever's lying around. If you have a plane stand, you can use a plane stand, obviously. But I like pillows, especially with this tapered fuselage, because then you can work your way down to where it really gets it nice and level. In my case, I'm gonna have to double up or I'll probably just grab a third pillow. Let's throw a third one on there on. Okay, so then I can bring it out further. Now remember, I would rather be flying at level to slightly up than like way down, okay? But way down is not good either. Or way up is not good either. So you can tell just from looking at the plane, the attitude. Remember, some people will try to land like this, but you just wanna make sure you don't cause a prop strike. If you have safe on and you let off the controls and you throttle it up, it's gonna fly. It's gonna attempt to fly at this attitude no matter where you are, relative to the ground or otherwise, okay? So I'm actually too high, so I'll just slide the pillows until I get it exactly right. There it goes, drop down a little bit. I like that. And remember, this only has to be right for just a second, and I think that's about right. So level attitude or level model and capture attitude, I like to do it twice if I see something other than 0. Okay, so we've got a little bit of an indisparity on the left-right, which is very bizarre. I wanna just double check we don't have like a landing gear bent. I don't see anything. You gotta get all the way over so that it's lined up with the camera, please. I'll turn the prop so you can see better. Does that look level to you? It looks pretty dang level to me.
Is there just a slight twist in the receiver that way? Very slight.
Excuse me. I mean, it's glued down, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, one is a small value, but it kind of weirds me out though. I don't think it should be 1. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna intentionally lift it up here, and then look at that, okay? So I'm gonna intentionally move it a little bit on the pillow just to see if it changes the position. See, now I have 0 on roll. That makes me feel better. Maybe there was just a little bit of a roll because it sure looks level to me. And then there's a -1 on the pitch axis. That doesn't surprise me at all because to be honest with you, we probably are at -1 degree, okay? I'm happy with that. I'm gonna go ahead and hit next. You can also manually adjust those values, okay? So then this is the angle limits, but I'm gonna turn on self-level with angle demand, and I'm gonna scroll these all the way to the top. It's basically gonna allow you to fly it with the most range before it cuts you off on the pitch and the roll axis. Okay, now, I don't like standing in front of the prop when I apply this because it is rebooting. Again, we already kind of trust this plane, so I'm not super worried about it, but watch for 2 dances. Now 2. Okay, let's go back around. Okay, so what we've got here is exit to main screen or return to forward programming. I'm gonna return to forward programming. Gyro settings. This is where you can go in and make adjustments to your gains if you want to. I almost always leave them at the defaults unless I need to adjust them, okay? But then I wanna make sure that I have fixed or adjustable. I want adjustable, okay? So you can see it says adjustable. How is it adjustable? Okay. All right, so I'm gonna walk out. System setup. Gain channel select. Gain channel 1. Excuse me, that's not even right. Where is that one? Yeah, see, it doesn't change it there, but it will change it. Well, that's so weird. I don't remember where it is. Is it under safe? Safe gains I don't want to mess with. That I want to be fixed. Oh, and you'll notice it's on mode 1. So if you're in mode 3, there's the gains. Fixed adjustable gains. Fixed is fine. F mode setup. FM channel, we already did. We don't have panic set up because we're not going to do that. Hand launch assist, we're not going to do that either because we're not going to hand launch this plane. It's a little big. But that's so weird. Where is that? System setup, relearn, orientation.
Gain channel select.
Yeah, but there's all the channels. I guess maybe it is just this one. See, it says inhibited.
Do we set it in the main system setup menu?
It says normal gain. You see that? Normal gain. That's so weird. Because I thought that was just for the additional stuff. So gain channel. It's inhibited. I don't want to mess with it. Maybe it's here. Okay, we'll do the gyro response test. Okay, while in this page, you're gonna see everything change. Now, throttle cuts on, sticks down. It's gonna move even when I drop this down. Okay, so you can see, yeah, it's definitely gonna give us feedback. So all this is gonna do is it's gonna tell you if your response is correct. You wanna see it resist the movement from your hands here, not the hands here, because they do actually move. And you see it centers the stick. So every time you move it, now it's getting a self-induced oscillation there. Okay, so up, it's gonna go up, down, it's gonna go down. If I yaw, it's gonna resist. If I yaw, it's gonna resist. Now I'm gonna try to roll. Okay, so I'm gonna roll. Oh yeah, oh, that's going the wrong way. That's wrong.
It is wrong.
That is wrong. Holy cow, I'm glad we did that test. That is wrong. That would have induced a roll. Okay, I'm not really sure what to do to fix that because I've never had that happen. Okay, so I'm gonna click. Orientation. Set manually. So there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6, there's 7, there's 8, there's 9, 10. You guys see all the orientations here. There's a lot of them.
Your ailerons are moving in the right direction, right? Did we check that?
Yeah, I already checked it. Let's see what happens here. I want to go back out. So go to monitor. Whoa, they are backward. When did that happen?
I don't know if we ever checked them.
Oh, good catch. We never did. See, now I have to do the left aileron. Now it's rolling the right way. You know what happened, guys? I said we would deal with that later because I was just trying to get the 2 wires switched on 2 and 7. So takeoff flaps, landing flaps. So what that means too is that crow is backward, okay? So what I need to do is go into flap system, and that's -65. Let's change that to +65. Okay, there we go. So now also, not sure why oh, that was unsafe. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Okay, so now our full length ailerons are backward now. Dang it. Oh, that was a big miss. So mixing. So does this need to be reversed? No. So that's left flap, left aileron, right flap. Let's see if that works. Nope. Okay, so we already set this all up. This is very frustrating. That was a huge miss on my part. So left flap seems to do both sides. So I'll just set this to -100 and see what happens. I'm sorry, guys. That was a big gaffe on my part. And then this should move us the same way. Okay, good. In fact, look. See, that's right. So whatever I did, I just have to reverse the other side of it too. Okay, so there's correct, elevator correct. Yeah, we're gonna have to relearn the servo orientations. I can't believe I missed that. That's why we do testing, guys. I made that mistake, went through all that test, all that setup, and I still managed to miss it. I don't know how I missed it, but I did. Okay, so regular mode. Oops, I wanna walk out of the mix so I don't screw it up. Okay, so regular mode, roll left, roll right. Takeoff flaps, roll left, roll right. Landing flaps, roll left, roll right. There's nothing more for it to do, okay? Kind of humming, so I wanted to make sure we weren't overdriving them too bad. In fact, I'm gonna bring that down just a little bit. I don't know if you guys could hear that. We'll do 60, how about that? Okay, so takeoff flaps, roll left, roll right, landing flaps, roll left, roll right. Okay, we're good there. Now we'll go to full length aileron, then that'll work. And then that'll work. That doesn't cancel out crow, but then, is that overdriving though? Yes, it is.
So we need to reverse that too.
Mixing. That needs to be plus 50. So that's going to reduce the amount of output. Okay. But only in that one setup, okay? Yep. So now it doesn't hit anymore, okay? So normal flight mode in the C-centered works. Okay, then takeoff flaps works. Landing flaps, which give a little bit of crow, works. Okay, so now in this mode, we should have regular takeoff flaps and regular landing flaps. But you can see my crow is still working. So that's annoying. So that one also is backward. So I have to get into a condition where it would be appropriate to have some. Flaps. There's the one. So that should be negative 65, guys, or negative 60, because we did 60, remember? We changed it. Okay, so we still have that stupid jump. And that should only be in this mode. Oh, excuse me. That's our regular mode. Okay. This is crow. Okay. This is also crow, but it's full length. All right, guys. See, just goes to show you, even when you think you know what you're doing, it's easy to make a mistake. We did all those other steps and we managed to miss a primary flight control surface. Roll left, roll right, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right. I swear we did that like 20 times. I don't know. I thought we did. Evidently we didn't, okay? I'm checking each one again. Sometimes if I get out of my head here a little bit, I will roll the controller just to make me do something mechanically to see the change, okay? And I look at both surfaces. I don't just look at one. Okay, throttle cut is still on. We're gonna jump back into forward programming. It is easy to fix this now. So forward programming, gyro settings, system setup, relearn servo settings, all apply, complete. Now I can go to forward programming. I don't know why there wasn't a way out of that menu. Orientation, utilities, gyro response test. Okay, good. All right, so here we go. So up, yep, up, down, yep, good, good, correct. All that's correct. Now I'm gonna roll the plane and it should work right. Yep, yep. Now I have to look at this one because they're all individual servos. Looking at this to go up, yes, and yes. Now, put on your flaps. Make sure that everything works. Okay, I'm gonna put on full length ailerons. Okay, does it work? It still does, but it's only gonna correct on that side, okay? Now keep in mind, this still works, but the stabilizer is only gonna be applied to this channel in this configuration. There's probably some other cool way to do it. I don't know what it is. So I'm gonna click to exit that mode. You'll notice it stops jumping around. Now, I wanna test it for our test. So I'm gonna show you how I do it. AS3X settings, if you don't have that gyro response test because you haven't updated firmware, I turn this up to 4X. This is another way. Throttle cut is on, okay? Throttle's not gonna work. I'm gonna clear everything. Throttle cut is now off. I'm gonna give full throttle for a second and look, nothing still. That's one of the drawbacks here of being in forward programming is that you can't initiate AS3X. So throttle cut's on, throttle stick is down, 4X is activated. I'm walking out. Remember, we've never set the gain switch, okay? So throttle cut's off. I'm gonna give a little throttle. Throttle cut's now on. Still not enough to activate AS3X evidently. That sounds awesome. Because it's not on. Safe mode's on? Yep, it's because I don't have something right yet. So throttle cut's on. Going back into forward programming. Gyro setup, AS3X. Gains. Gains. Okay. Fixed adjustable. That's all adjustable. Okay. Save settings, save gains. Don't care about that. Fixed adjustable. F mode set up. It's active in this mode. It's off in this mode, and it's self-level with angle demand. Okay, so that's all correct. So then system setup. Evidently I have to set it to aux 10. Let's see if that works. Okay, so throttle cut's now on. AS3X should be active, and it is, because we never set a gain channel. I've never had to do that before.
Not that way.
That is so weird. Guys, just goes to show you, you're always learning new things. So elevator up, elevator down, gains all the way up now. Camera crew, can you make it so they can see what I'm doing with these controls? Just like the gyro response test, I'm turning the knob all the way up on the rotary knob so I can see everything work. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wiggle. It's super easy to see. Wiggle, 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 off. That's just with my D switch. Then back to safe, and it's on, okay, and working. Okay, now back to AS3X. Just move it in a circle. Rotary knobs halfway down, rotary knobs at nothing. Same movement all the way up, same movement all the way down, okay? So we can definitely tell that our gain is working, throttle cuts on. The reason I like to do that is because if you don't do that and you miss something, it won't work. And you'll be like, what the heck? So now I can go into gyro settings, AS3X settings, and I can change this 4X back down to 1X. So what have we learned? Even though the gyro response test is working, and it did catch a mistake that we had made because we never ultimately replaced, we never reversed the ailerons, even though we had some other mixing done that helped to make it appear to be correct. We still did the test, and then we still exited that test, and we did another test, and then we got out, fixed our problem, went back in, fixed it all, and we made it work. So at the end of the day, it's your responsibility to check all this crap, and if you don't check it, there's a good chance. If I wouldn't have had that right, this plane would have crashed. I would have almost certainly took off, it would have started to get pushed by the wind, and it would have accelerated into a roll. And I would have been like, what the heck is going on? And my controls would have been reversed, and my brain would have said, correct, correct, correct. And it's so second nature to me, I would have rolled the correct direction with the stick, and it would have rolled it into the ground. I've done it before, and a lot of you have too. So, good thing we caught it. Roll left, roll right, roll left, roll right, roll left, roll right. Those are the 3 different modes. Take off flaps, roll left, roll right, landing flaps, roll left, roll right. We still have that stupid little hesitation, no big deal, we can tolerate that. Okay, so now we'll go back to the middle mode, full length, take off flaps, full length, landing flaps, full length. And then we're gonna go to with crow. Okay, as you can see, that's all good. Okay, very good. All right, so all the systems are working. AS3X is working. Safe has not been tested. So I'm gonna go back to normal flight mode, flaps off, throttle cut is definitely on, throttle sticks down. Now I need to flip the plane upside down. This is gonna be a little challenging, this is a huge plane, okay? So I'm gonna grab the connecting rod so that I'm not gonna break the wood that I'm holding, okay? Now, I'm gonna probably have to do a little bit less than usual because I can't go all the way upside down, I don't think. Well, maybe I can. Is it gonna find the quickest route to level? Only if I'm in safe, and I'm not in safe, of course. So I'm gonna lay this back down. Now I'm in safe. Okay, watch the elevator, it's trying to correct it to level. Watch the elevator, it's trying to correct it to level. There's level, okay? Now look at the ailerons, it's gonna fight, 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 fight. And then it's gonna find the quickest route to level. Quickest route to level, very good. Now, there's another way to test this if you can't flip this over because you're physically incapable or you get an even bigger one, okay? 2 ways, sticks down and over. There's a small difference. That's not a very big difference. And that's because we open up the range so we have lots of pitch and roll, okay? Because the angle demand is the angle limits, okay? Self-level and angle demand, okay? So when I pull up on the stick, I can see it's gonna give me full output until I reach a certain point, and I'll show you with the nose down. So pushing the nose down, eventually you'll get to a point where it will stop giving you elevator, and it's gonna be really steep, holy cow. Oh, I'm not in safe. Now I'm in safe. Full elevator down, you see how it's?
Yep.
That's about as steep as it's gonna let you go, okay? And you can test that if you're curious by just holding the stick one direction or the other and then manipulating the position of the plane to simulate a movement in the air. Okay, so we've tested safe, we've tested AS3X, we've tested thrust reverse, we've tested forward thrust, we've tested all the control directions in all 3 modes, we've set up crow, only for landing flaps, We set up regular takeoff flaps, and we set that up in all 3 modes so that we would be able to stop crow in normal mode, or use crow in crow mode, or have full length ailerons. So at the end of the day, all the different settings are working. There's one thing I would like to admit to you right now, and that is, I don't like the way that we did the lights. I wish we had something better, okay? There is a device, it's very easy to get. It would be a battery eliminator circuit that would be 2 through 6S. That would be wired in. We would take these 6 screws out, well, probably the 4 screws. We'd pull this out and we would wire to the back of it. And then there would be a wire that goes out to each of those JST connections. And those JST connections would be terminated to the backside of the BEC, and that would all go under the board here, okay? So then every time you plug in your plane, we would basically be producing the necessary 12 volts rather than having to integrate another battery. Now, alternatively, there's also controllable options that you can turn on and off, and we found a number of them for $10 to $20. They're cheap and they're readily available. I just didn't know I needed it in this model. And frankly, I really think it should be included, but here we are. And you gotta admit, this is a gasser that has been adjusted to work for electric. And so that's their excuse. I still think it's sort of a miss, if you ask me. I would like to be able to plug in the battery and the lights come on like every other, LED equipped plane that we have in our entire fleet. That is 100% of them. And that includes the ones that I added them. So I do like that they're big and I do like that they're bright. That's very nice. But I would like to, if I'm gonna have to go through all that hoopla, I would like to have some strobes. I would like to have a big white light on the tail, because the tail light really makes it easy to see these planes in low light conditions. And this is a balsa wood plane. You're not gonna see a glow through the body of a balsa wood plane like you might from a foamy, okay? That being said, it is scale, it is beautiful, and they are very bright, okay? So I do like that. Okay, so our basic and only complaint right now is the LEDs. Otherwise, this plane is absolutely gorgeous. The second very minor complaint is this super, super small indisparity in color between the cowl and the body. And then the third complaint is the fitment on this cowl between the spinner and the cowl we had rubbing. That has since been resolved, and it was very easy. Beautiful plane, beautiful process. It was not a hard build. Honestly, I made some mistakes on this radio setup, so I apologize to anybody who caught it was screaming at the screen hours ago, because it would have saved some of the undoing that we had to do. So thanks for sticking in there with us, because here on Brian Phillips RC, I am just a regular guy, just like you. We just happen to do a lot of this, and so we share it on YouTube. So thanks for being here with us. Obviously, the NX8 Plus was plenty, and then some. There are more features that I'm not using that might have made some of this easier. I'd really like you over here, if you don't mind, just to get away from the prop. This is a huge plane. If you're not used to putting together planes that are big like this, I would definitely be careful, because obviously it is a big prop. I'm just noticing the cam crew is standing next to it. I really like this plane. I think it is gonna be phenomenal in the air. It is surprisingly more than the J3 Cub. The J3 Cub is just ailerons. So it's always gonna be a different flying experience. This is way harder to set up for that reason. So keep in mind, I actually really don't care about full length ailerons. I could care less about that, but I know some of you guys love it, and that's why we put that feature in here. I just hope I don't regret it because of this little hesitation bounce. I hope we don't notice it. I don't think it's gonna be perceived in the air. I think it's so quick that it's gonna be almost like a bump, okay? But if I'm wrong, I may change the way that I do that. I'm not sure. Also, I might reach out to the factory and see if they give me some insight on that, because I don't want to be misleading you guys. That being said, all the features do work. We, full disclosure, added 2 JST female connections and 1 JST male, I think is the way it would be. That was not included in the kit. And we also had the small battery, which the other battery is sitting over there. So we will do our best to link to some sort of a solution for that. We may even link to the options that I was mentioning about the BECs that will take in 2 through 6S and then put out a 12 volt, or I think it was 5 volts or 12 volts.
Yeah.
But obviously the BEC on this would put out a different level of voltage, but I don't want to change it because it'll screw up all the rest of the system. Okay, because obviously all the servos that are already on board are going to be flying on this 7.4 volts, if I remember right. Okay, so keep in mind the bigger servos do run at higher voltage and or higher current. Most of the standard foamies that we run will be about 3.5 to 5 volts. Sometimes they go up to 6 volts at 3 to about 5 or 6 amps is what we have seen. There's an outlier here and there, but this one is going to be pretty powerful. And you can always tell because you can hear a cooling fan on these Avian ESCs when they're huge. And the big Avian ESCs will try to keep themselves cool. And you'll notice it will actually speed up and slow down too. Oh, also telemetry wise, there's a couple of things on telemetry that we didn't talk about. I'm going to talk about them now real quick. So if you jump into telemetry, you can go to smart battery. I do not want alarms for startup voltage being low. I don't want overcharge, and I don't care about imbalance, but I do care. If you want Vario, you can do Vario. I have it turned off. It's not necessary on this plane, in my opinion, but it will chart it and it will show it. The Smart ESC, I do like this. I don't want a tone. I want a voice. If the low voltage goes below 3.4. Now, did they tell us the poles in the manual?
No.
I don't think they did.
Not in this one.
If you have the pole count, you can have more reliable RPMs and different things like that. Again, I really don't care, but if you care, you can put that in there if you find out what that motor has on it. Status reports I don't use. Warning reports I will do every 15 seconds, let's say. Okay, so it's going to be a voice alarm. I don't really care about max amps. I don't really care about the temp. But I mean, I probably should, but I'm not going to worry about it. So I'm going to have a voice call out at low voltage. You can change to do more if you want. But it's as easy as that. Most of this stuff comes through automatically, and then you can just scroll to the right and you'll see all this crap, which is really cool. So it even has an uptime. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. And it shows all the different various altitudes and changes and stuff. Pretty awesome. That's going to be really handy. So I tend to think we're going to get quite a bit longer flight time than what we have it set to. Okay, because it's 6 minutes. I bet we'll probably get 10, maybe 12 minutes without pushing it too hard. But this one's going to be a lot more aggressive flight characteristics than the J3 Cub. But I fly my J3 Cub like I stole it. I mean, that thing, it puts out, and this thing is going to put out even better. Which I gotta say, it looks absolutely amazing. That tiny indisparity in blue, I can't even hardly notice it. At night, it's really easy to not see it.
Yeah.
During the bright daylight, it's a little bit more noticeable, but it's still so minor. Also, the wood prop is just to die for. It looks amazing. And one more quick look. Obviously, we should be done with this, so I can drop this on here and we won't have to mess with it. I gotta say, for being a plug and play, balsa wood plane, it went together pretty easy. My biggest complaint, like I said, is the LEDs. That would have assuaged just a lot of the different setup stuff that was sort of weird. But otherwise, 8360T was a great fit. Seems like it's going to be about right for this. If you're in a pinch, if you're really trying to save cash, you could do a 637T would be fine. I probably wouldn't go a whole lot smaller on a model of this echelon, just personally. But because of the Avian ESC, you get all that feedback through even some of the cheaper ones. So if you do a 630, 631, you'd still get the benefits of AS3X and safe, but you're not gonna have as many channels to do some of the fun things we did. That all being said, I don't care for full length flap ailerons. I probably won't end up flying it that way most of the time because I don't need it to roll like 400 times a second. Some of you guys really do. And so if you do, I appreciate that you might need that. If you don't need that, you can very easily step down to the 637T, but it's like 15 bucks on a plane of this expense level. I mean, 15 bucks is nothing. So I would say just get the extra channels to make it a little easier to set up. Okay, so that's about it, guys. We have literally beat the dead horse.
CG.
Oh, center of gravity. Let's check the center of gravity. I got to put the canopy on for that. We are just going to let it run, of course. And guys, I have had to take this canopy off a number of times, and it has been a pretty easy process to get on and off with that little piece of tape. It was definitely worth doing, in my opinion. I normally make dots on the planes.
And there's two different options.
Okay.
It's 85 millimeters behind the leading edge for sport flying. And then the overall range is 76 to 95.
76 to 95
Yep.
from the leading edge.
Yes.
Is there any taper on this wing? I can't really tell. It looks like there might be a tiny, nah, it's pretty straight on the front. Okay.
Yeah.
So how much?
76 to 95.
Okay, so we're gonna set up our calipers, 76 to 95.
Yep. And then they're recommending 85 as like the median point.
Okay, so 76 to 85, or 76 to what?
95.
Okay, so I got 76 dialed in. And since the plane's so big, I'm just gonna leave it up on its edge here. Now, I can't make a detent in it like I would, well, except there's wood right here, so I actually can. I'm just gonna make a little bump so I can feel it with my fingers. Okay, so there's my 76. And I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna try to hit about the same point, so it's just inboard of the blue a little bit. So that's the one mark. Okay, so then the other mark is
95.
95. And so all we do is scroll that in. Now guys, if you've found any value in this video, smash the like button, click the bell when you subscribe, and you'll be notified of new content. We appreciate you guys being here with us on these Unbox build radio setups. They can be long, they can be tedious, but I'll tell you what, there's not anybody else doing a whole length video like this that we know of. There's a lot of people that do long videos, but they leave you high and dry on the stuff that matters. And what ends up happening for us is we try to really try hard to not leave any stone unturned, which does make for a long video, okay? So thanks for bearing with us as we work through this process. I'm gonna go ahead and darken these holes with this marker. I know this is gonna hurt some people's souls because I kind of agree this is a beautiful plane. I would really like to not have the markings, but it's gonna make it so much easier to tell where our center of gravity marks are, and they're so small. The weird thing is, you would think from the outside looking in that it's a big deal. I have never picked up a plane ever and thought, I wish I wouldn't have marked it. But I have many times picked up a plane and said, I'm glad I marked it. So that's why we do things. Whew, that was close. Okay, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna pick this up. This is gonna suck.
Yeah.
Because it's very big. I do actually have a stand thing that I could use. Okay. Okay, so I am currently right in the middle of the range.
Okay.
I mean, right there. I'm not gonna mess with it at all. The battery is exactly centered. We've got right on for the CG. I would articulate that center of gravity just from where the pads of my fingers are. My fingers probably about 12 millimeters. And if I balance it on the center, then that's gonna give me 6 to 8 centimeters, or excuse me, millimeters back from the front edge. I would say maybe 10. So it's probably about where they want
Close
it for
to that
sport
85,
flying,
yeah.
okay? Okay, so let's look where the battery is. Again, this is a 5000 6S. I'm just gonna mark it here, and and this is gonna say 5,000, 6S, 50C, and then I draw an arrow to indicate the direction that I want the wire to go. Of course, this balsa wood, it's kind of soaking in funny. So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we try really hard to give you guys high quality content that's gonna leave you not wanting for more. We hope we did that in this video. Best way to support us is watch the video, smash the like button, click the bell when you subscribe so you get notified of new content. You can bring your friends in to watch with you and learn about this hobby. But ultimately, if you want to support us financially, buy these things from the links in the video description below. That's the easiest way to support Brian Phillips RC, because then the vendors that we work with, whether it be Horizon Hobby, E-Flight, Spectrum, or some other competitor, we don't care who you end up buying from, but we do want you to understand that these guys work really hard to bring you good products. And even the ones that bring garbage product forward, I'm sure that they probably are really disappointed in that. So this is an awesome plane. It is gonna be one of our nicest planes that we have, so I can't wait to fly it. And we hope you guys enjoyed this content. Obviously, smash the like button when you do leave. But remember, these partners that we partner with put a lot of trust in us to bring good quality content so you guys can learn how to fly. I do it because I love the hobby. I want you guys to be in it with us and not just watching us do it. We put a lot of time and effort into this. In fact, we're leaving for Jonal. You guys are probably seeing this while we're at Jonal, if you're not at Jonal with us. And so it's 2026, Jonal 2026. So if you guys haven't said hi and you're at Jonal, or you're gonna be at Jonal, we're gonna be there from Wednesday through Saturday. Yes. Of course, weather permitting and stuff like that, or if they don't cancel or anything weird happens, you know, of course stuff comes up, but generally speaking, that's our plan. We're flying in, so if you've got a plane you want us to fly that belongs to you and you'd like us to fly it, that would be much appreciated, because we fly in on an airline, so we can't really drag much with us, and super bummer. But also, if you just wanna meet us and say hi and say, hey, you know, like, this is how you help me, or this is really annoying, stop doing that. You know, we're there for feedback and we get a lot of it. But you know what, to be honest with you, it's an amazing, fun experience. We love coming to Jonal because we get to see so much of our amazing audience. Real quick, before we go, I'm gonna show you how I'm gonna charge this. This pack has just been pretty much cooking in there all night, so I'm just gonna plug that in. It's gonna automatically start charging. This is the S2200, I love it. It's one of my favorite chargers, and we have a lot of them. They're sitting all over the place. Then I'm gonna take this little battery and I'm gonna plug in the JST to IC3 adapter. It's gonna plug into that. And then I'm gonna take the balance lead and I'm gonna plug it into that. It's gonna populate the screen. I'm gonna make sure this is 0.3 amps, and then I'm gonna hit start, okay? Full disclosure, I was charging those earlier, so it was already set. It's as simple as that, so they're gonna charge along. 200 watts, 2 channels, that's the way to go. I love that charger. Guys, support us, buy the stuff from the links. Also, Patreon for monthly support. We also have YouTube members if you want to be a member on Patreon or YouTube. And then YouTube super thanks for one-time donations, as well as PayPal if you don't want to be part of those clubs. We understand there is an outlet for you there too. But the best thing you can do is when you see something just like this and you say, I can't live without it, follow the link. Even if you decide not to buy it, or you know what, hey, if you're looking for a manual, or if you're just comparing notes between this and the J3 Cub, you can check out brianphillipsrc.com. And it's gonna help you make that decision, because for most of us, this is a pretty expensive plane, okay? And we wanna help you guys make the most of your RC budget. And there's also hundreds of other videos there right now that would be in a similar echelon that will, well, not so much in this echelon, but that's gonna be in the same category. General aviation, fixed wing, obviously, you know, like the trainers, you might call this a trainer, but it's definitely not a trainer. But you can head over there. It is a huge resource for the RC community, and that's bprc.me, not .com, okay? BP, Brian Phillips, rc.me. That's where you can head over if you're trying to remember it, or you can just type in brianphillipsrc.com and you can go that way. It's the same place. And you'll be helping to support us by navigating there and watching and learning what you need to learn when you're making a big decision like this. So obviously the Unbox build radio setup for us precedes the maiden flights, but you guys see them about the same time. And so when you watch the maiden flight and you say, hey, I think I want to see what type of problems he ran into. Here's a tip. Watch the Unbox build radio setup. See how long it took us. See how many problems we ran into and whether or not you want to tolerate those. Also, you can avoid some of the issues like that weird adapter that we needed, or if you need to get a BEC, if you want to use a BEC so you can use the 6S pack and not have an accessory battery as well. So those are the types of things that we will routinely share in our experience on Brian Phillips RC. Now, note, we're not going to go into some insane radio setup that's going to have you going in circles, hopefully. So if you watched this video and you had trouble, just remember, sometimes I make mistakes. I made a mistake on this because we missed the rotation direction that would have been called out and we would have crashed. So we caught it, and that means if you're watching through a video and trying to follow step by step by step, we obviously don't do that on purpose, but it is good for you to see how we catch and diagnose problems because it is a tool to put in your tool bag. Of course, I think the average Joe that's buying this plane probably knows how to do most of those things. If not, then we're here for you. If you're just coming back to the hobby, we're here for you. We hear from people all the time, probably thousands upon thousands of people over the course of the last 11 years, maybe tens of thousands. We have talked to that have said, you helped us. I was just getting back in the hobby. It's like every day we hear from people. And it's really heartwarming because we know that this hobby is not easy to get back into. And there's a lot of people that make it sound like it should be easy. Don't feel bad if you're struggling to get started. That is everybody that is doing this, okay? Or they're lying, one or the other. And if you're brand new to the hobby and you just don't know where to start, you're in a good place, but this is not the plane for you, okay? Even if you have lots of money, this is probably not where I would start. And we have a beginner's plane tab on Brian Phillips RC. So, but you can still watch and you can still learn and you can still experience it with us here on Brian Phillips RC. Because remember, everybody starts somewhere. And if that's where you are, you're in the right place. Brian Phillips RC. Stay tuned. So much more right on the corner. Thanks for watching.